finger, dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for none. Promise to stay on none.
We live in a chaotic world, an ever-changing world that's growing rapidly and getting increasingly flatter. A world where cities are interacting with citizens in smarter ways. Where nations are navigating complex geopolitical issues in pursuit of progress. Where technology is leveling the playing field like never before, killing and creating jobs at the same time. Where data is the most valuable currency and also the most vulnerable. And where innovation is more than a business buzzword, it's an economic lifeline. We live in a complex, fast-paced global village where change doesn't wait for anybody to catch up. When chaos is the ethos of the modern world, how can citizens find order? How can governments bring clarity amidst chaos? By working hand in hand with citizens and businesses, and by adopting the very same advancements that challenge them. because with change comes progress, and with chaos come opportunities. Opportunities that could revolutionize government and public services, save billions in revenue, and improve lives around the world. As emerging technologies drive new business models and citizens of smart cities demand efficient, data-driven services, governments must enforce regulations, ensure fair markets, and safeguard privacy. All this while fostering innovation and overcoming existing challenges like shortage of staff, decades-old policies, red tape, and a shifting regulatory landscape. So while we cannot stop the chaos or slow down the change, we can reinvent the way we think and rethink the way we govern. Because change reminds us of who we are and where we come from. Change unites our greatest strength as global citizens, being human. At Deloitte, we're ready for the challenge. Are you?
Capital Factory is the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, the #1 state for startups in the US. Thousands of programmers, entrepreneurs, and designers gather day and night, in person, online, for meetups, classes, and co-working. With boots on the ground in Austin, Dallas, and Houston, we meet the best entrepreneurs in Texas and introduce them to their first investors, employees, customers, mentors, and partners. According to PitchBook, Capital Factory's been the most active investor in Texas since 2013. I'm Joshua Baer, the founder and CEO of Capital Factory, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Fed Supernova, presented by Deloitte. This first-of-its-kind interactive experience will connect entrepreneurs, investors, thought leaders, and disruptors from around the world around defense innovation. Fed Supernova is the synergy of combining Capital Factory's Texas Startup Manifesto with the massive defense industry momentum from Army Futures Command, the Texas Military Department, AFWERX, MITRE, DIU, and the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency. Fed Supernova is designed from the ground up to be a virtual conference. You won't just be watching talking heads on Zoom, you're a part of the conversation, in chat rooms and on Slack, asking questions of the panelists on stage, matching up with people in the speed networking, going and talking to startups in the startup crawl, doing epic office hours, or walking around the VIP lounge. What am I looking forward to most? The Texas Military Department is launching their TMDX Innovation Unit at Capital Factory. Deloitte's launching their Exploration Lab powered by Catalyst. Army Futures Command is celebrating their 2-year anniversary in Austin with an entirely new kind of challenge, the Innovation Combine, a mashup of X-Tech Search and consortium-based purchasing. And Capital Factory will be selecting one startup with human performance enhancement technology to receive a $100,000 investment prize. I'm looking forward to the fireside chat with General Murray, Commanding General of the Army Futures Command, and Andy Jassy, CEO of Amazon Web Services. I'm looking forward to meeting you in the one-on-one networking and browsing through dozens of startups in the startup crawl. But I'm pretty sure the best part, just like in the real world, we'll be walking around the virtual VIP lounge and talking to people. Why are we hosting this event? Texas is a new center for defense innovation in the US. It started with Ash Carter and DIU. Then came Secretary Heather Wilson in the Air Force. Then Major General Norris with the Texas Military Department. Then Secretaries Esper and McCarthy with the Army Futures Command. There's nowhere else that you'll find multiple government innovation units co-located side by side with entrepreneurs. There's nowhere else where government innovators can work somewhere and just bump into entrepreneurs that didn't have to go through security first to get there. There's nowhere else where startup entrepreneurs can walk around the room and talk to multiple different government innovation units in the same day. The results speak for themselves. In the past 12 months, we've helped 31 startups receive more than $60 million in non-dilutive funding from every service branch of the government. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The next 12 months will dwarf that, and I'm sure will include the new Space Force too. Fed Supernova would not exist if it weren't for the vision and financial support of Deloitte. We were all ready to go for South by Southwest, and then COVID-19 hit and it was canceled. We had to work together to pick up the pieces and figure out the best way to move forward. Deloitte's been an incredible partner, and as I think you're about to see, we ended up with something even better. And today's just the beginning with the launch of the new Exploration Lab by Catalyst. We wouldn't have the incredible momentum that we do without the support of the Army Futures Command and the Texas Military Department. Thank you, General Murray and Major General Norris, for your support, for being part of our community, and for everything you and your warfighters do to keep us safe and free. It's not just Deloitte who stepped up to the plate today, But there are many other partners who helped make this happen. Accenture, Amazon Web Services, CACI, FLIR, L3 Harris, MITRE, Ultralabs. Thank you for being part of our community. My last piece of advice to you is to make the most of this event by engaging and interacting. You probably haven't been to a virtual event like this before. Turn your video on, talk to people, engage, get out of your comfort zone, meet the other people in our community using these new online tools. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. 90% of the success of any event is getting the right people in the room. And I know we've accomplished that here today. So now it's your turn to meet them. Meet the startups, meet the government disruptors, meet our corporate partners and the defense industry that supports this. Your job is to make connections, introductions, plug people together. If you can't help someone, connect them to someone else in your organization who can. Even when you're watching a panel, leave suggestions of who they should meet or who they should talk to in the chat section. And we'll notice, we're taking notes, and we'll help connect them after. So as you're putting your calendar together, don't just put the panels and sessions on there. Put on time for hanging out in the networking session, for browsing through the startups in the startup crawl, or for walking around the VIP lounge. You won't regret it. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Nishita Henry, Deloitte Consulting's Chief Innovation Officer and our presenting host for the day. It's great to have you here, Nishita.
Hi, good morning, and welcome to Fed Supernova. I am coming to you live from Western Maryland, but normally the DC metro area. By way of introduction, I am Nishita Henry. I serve as Deloitte Consulting's Chief Innovation Officer. And in that role, I am really responsible for sensing, incubating, and scaling net new solutions to meet our clients' mission critical needs. That also means I'm responsible for connecting our larger ecosystem of startups, VCs, corporations, and tech platform players to create these net new solutions. I also work across the landscape of emergent tech, AI, cloud, cyber, blockchain, IoT, quantum, just to name a few that we're really going to be diving deep into here over the next several days. Additionally, in my background, I have over 20 years of service to the federal government and also served as our Fed technology leader in a prior role. So I am deeply invested in helping our government and our citizens come together to create innovative solutions. And so today, I'm really excited to be launching and kicking off this unique event around defense innovation, where we're going to bring together those players from the ecosystems, entrepreneurs and investors, corporations, government, academia, to have collective conversations on how we move forward. We're going to talk about operational data science. We're going to talk about responses to the pandemic. We're going to go to the cloud, back to the edge, and back to the cloud again. It's going to be a fun-filled 4 days. And at the end, we're also going to give away $100,000 to one lucky startup who's going to win our Human Capital Performance Innovation Challenge. This is also a great day because we are launching our Exploration Lab in collaboration with the Capital Factory. And this Exploration Lab is really a dedicated space on the 5th floor that enables us to collaboratively experiment and innovate as that ecosystem to develop solutions to mission critical challenges. Now, I know it's not the greatest time to invest in physical spaces, but this environment is certainly making us flex our muscles creatively, agility-wise, and collaboratively to think about how we create new virtual offerings and solutions and come together to work as a team in our new world. So stay tuned and be on the lookout for those as well. Now, the Exploration Lab is actually part of a larger Deloitte Catalyst initiative that we launched over a year ago. And that initiative was started as we started taking a look at the continued acceleration of the pace of change in technology and the knowledge that there are hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions, of innovative startups and solutions that occur all across the landscape. And we really wanted to tap into those on the ground, working hand in hand with those startups and accelerators to test out new solutions, to get under the cover of those solutions, and to expand the reach of the individual technology piece to the last mile of these client challenges. And so we actually opened offices in Silicon Valley, in Tel Aviv, Israel, and right there in Austin, Texas with the Capital Factory, along with another set of global locations to be in market and to be collaborating with these startups and organizations on an everyday basis. Our goal is really to take the isolation out of innovation, right? We've got a lot of our clients, corporations, governments who continue to serve their missions every day, but don't always have the connectivity to that ecosystem, and sometimes feel they have to do things alone and in a vacuum. And we're here to say we don't. We're in this together. We really should be coming together as a society, as teams of professionals and talented individuals, and solving those challenges together. And that's just what we'll be doing over these next 4 days. Now, as we think about innovation, especially in these challenging times, right, it's really pushing us to think more creatively, and it is forcing the acceleration of change. And as we all know, necessity is the motherhood of invention, and no better time than today to test that out. And so we think about innovation in 3 blocks across this pandemic. One, we've got to respond, right? And all of us have been responding for the last several months. How do we keep our employees safe? How do we make sure and maintain continuity of operations? How do we move to a virtual environment where we can maintain that continuity? And we've all been active in the respond phase. And many of us are now in some forms of recover. Now we move back and forth between recover and respond, and we have to be agile in that too. But recovery is all about how do we get back to some form of normal? How do we make sure that our supply chains and our logistics and our people can come back in a way that continues to be safe and productive? And how do we respond to our clients' challenges of responding in that new world? And then we're going to thrive. There's no doubt about it. It's just a matter of time on creating that new normal, figuring out how we're going to work together, and what are we going to create for all of us to thrive in this new environment. And that is all a work in progress as we, as resilient leaders, come together to meet that challenge. And so I want to talk about 2 quick examples of things we're doing to be resilient as well as to work in the ecosystem. The first is Hillwood. Actually, it's right there in the backyards of Texas, out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where we've brought together the city of Fort Worth, Alliance Texas, who's a large real estate developer, a set of startups and corporations to talk and to experiment with the future of mobility. Alliance Texas is a unique environment of over 26,000 acres of land that's very mixed use. Residential, industrial, as well as has an airport, a railway system, and a north-south highway. So it is really a great ecosystem to test new future of mobility capabilities, whether that's autonomous vehicles, whether it's drones, whether it's creative supply chain mechanisms, whether it's data analytics across that supply chain. And we've really created this innovation zone together with government, with private organizations, with startups to actually test solutions and get them out to market faster to scale. Another one to talk about is actually with academia and with Wichita State University. And with Wichita State, we've actually put together an ecosystem focused around Industry 4.0, or the future of manufacturing and smart factories, and really creating a group of folks that bring together technologies like cloud platforms or 5G connectivity with industrial supply chains and industrial machinery to talk about how do we move those brownfield manufactured organizations into true greenfield automated environments that can respond more agilely to changing environments like we're in today, right? We've all experienced our lack of toilet paper. And so we need to figure out how do we make sure we have better demand signals, we can adapt quicker to change, and we can get things to the right place at the right time. So we're really working together to come up with solutions that include AR and VR. It includes things like IoT as well as automation. And we're really looking forward to continuing to bring those to market together with all of you. Now, I'm really excited about the next 4 days, and particularly about the next segment with General Murray and Andy Jassy as they talk about cloud and defense and the continued push on innovation in our marketplace. So my ask for the next few days is to continue to remain open-minded, continue to think about how we actually take the things we hear today into market with us, continue to think about how we're going to just experiment and try something new. Because that's what innovation is about. It's all about trying, it's all about failing, and it's all about coming back and doing it again better, differently, and with more success each time we try. So thanks again for being a part of our sessions over the next week. I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Nishita. And thank you, Deloitte. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the man of the hour, General John Mike Murray, the first commanding general of the Army Futures Command and the only four-star general west of the Mississippi. You know, obviously, you don't get into a position like this without a long and decorated history as a warfighter and as a leader. But the thing that's impressed me the most about General Murray is the way that he's really integrated into the Texas and entrepreneurial communities and made himself approachable. When most places, when a four-star general walks in the room, everybody snaps to attention. It's a really big deal. And of course, it's a big deal when General Murray comes to Capital Factory, but it's not the same. He's part of our community. It's part of his home too. And so we see him there all the time. And the way that I really knew he was at home was the time I saw him sit down with one of our entrepreneurs and tell him that he'd sit there and answer questions all night if somebody would just get him a beer. General Murray, thank you for being part of our community and everything that you do to protect our warfighters and to protect our freedom. Welcome, General John Mike Murray.
Good morning, General Mike Murray coming to you live from Austin, Texas. And Mashida mentioned a couple things that I just want to capitalize on here real quick. One is defense and innovation, which is two words you normally don't put together. And hopefully we're changing some of your minds on that right now. The second piece is the live session, the roundtable I did with Andy Jassy, which is coming up right after this. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today virtually, obviously, and despite the tremendous challenges that COVID-19 continues to present, I do fundamentally believe that it's important for us to continue to have these types of events. I'd really like to thank Capital Factory for making AFC, Army Futures Command, a part of this and really setting all this up, and really to having the courage to try something totally new during this pandemic. And I do think an indication of what the future might look like. And it is vital to the success of not only our nation, but our Army, that we're able to continue to share ideas, discover innovative businesses, and leverage technological progress to its fullest. Now, I'm excited to see us embracing the really incredible communication tools that just 3 or 4 months ago the Army didn't have, and doing so with the same folks who will discover and invent the next set of revolutionary tools. I also like to think that while we may be socially distracted, these times will ultimately bring us closer together, that they will allow us to value the interactions we're able to have across any medium. So as we kick off this unique virtual event, I'd like to take just a couple of minutes to talk about why this is important and how we're trying to capitalize on the incredible talent found across this nation. I don't have to tell this crowd how fast technology is evolving. And many of you know how slow our government processes can be to capitalize on those advancements. We recognize this, and several years ago, Congress gave us the access to additional authorities to allow us to better leverage innovation. Every service rapidly moved to capitalize on those authorities, and we're constantly trying to learn and improve and be innovative in our approaches. The DoD, Department of Defense ecosystem here is evidence of that progress. And while I'm obviously fond of an organization called the Army Applications Lab, this ecosystem was primed for us by groups like DIU, at that time DIUX, a Defense Innovation Unit, and AFWERX. And together they form a unique cooperative environment that allows both the DoD and entrepreneurs greater exposure to each other, which is key. The cooperative approach, and our Chief General McConville likes to say winning matters, and it does, particularly in our line of work. But for a while now, and I've taken great liberty with this, I've been adding winning matters, but winning together matters more. It's absolutely incredible what we can do together. Similarly, there's a ton of innovative potential across this nation, and tapping into that potential and working together allows us all to be beneficiaries of our diverse and free society. This nation's talent and ability to innovate are incredibly important from an Army Futures Command perspective. Our mission is to make sure future soldiers have what they need on a future battlefield, so that your Army can protect and defend the nation and deter threats, and hopefully never have to fight because we do it so well. To do that, to be credible, an Army absolutely must keep up with emerging technologies. We need help from the best and most innovative minds to solve tough problems. If you're a problem solver, I absolutely guarantee you that AFC can give you the most wicked and challenging problems to solve. And we know we have to keep learning and keep working to make it simple and clear for you, the solvers, to work with us. This week, we'll be announcing the winners of the Army Innovation Combine, a new event for us that takes tailored problems and combines the near instant prize money of X-Tech Search with the contract potential of a more traditional government offering. And by working with our acquisition partners, we're able to combine a couple of different authorities to seek out non-traditional partners, leveraging prize money incentives that you'll need to keep innovating with a long-term partnership that will help us advance the state of energy storage and novel materials. Our teammates across the DoD, groups like AFWERX and DIU, are similarly taking new approaches to maximize the talent that we can attract. We're all learning from each other as we go. This has always been and always will be a team sport and a team effort. That team must include startups and small businesses. It must include non-traditional defense partners. It must include the defense primes. And that's why events like this are important. These allow us to start bringing together that team. And at the end of the day, it's about securing our nation's future. So again, I really appreciate everyone being able to join us, even if virtually. And I really appreciate AFC being able to participate in this phenomenal event. So as mentioned last week, I was able to have a really great conversation with Andy Jassy, the president and CEO of Amazon Web Services. Capital Factory recorded that conversation, and they're going to show it to you next. We covered a lot of ground, from COVID to AI to the cloud and a lot of other topics. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And thanks again for allowing me to be part of this incredible event.
Okay, hello and welcome to our audience. We are very excited that you're able to join us today. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule. I think we'll have a very interesting and meaningful panel. I'm Doug Wolf. I'm coming to you from Chantilly, Virginia, and I will be moderating the panel. And I think we're very excited to have Andy Jassy and General Mike Murray joining us. I'll do a brief intro and then we'll get right on with the panel. So Andy Jassy is the Chief Executive Officer of Amazon Web Services. Andy founded AWS in 2006. And from my perspective, Andy not really just founded AWS, but really is the pioneer of making cloud available to the rest of the world. So Andy, that's a terrific accomplishment. As all of you know, Amazon has innovated in virtually every aspect of computing, including storage, networking, database, analytics, mobile, Internet of Things, AI, security, and enterprise applications. And Andy will share with us some details on how many millions across the globe are actually actively using Amazon today. It's a very impressive accomplishment. Prior to founding AWS, Andy had several positions across Amazon. He started in 1997, and I did not know this, but he authored the business plan for Amazon's music business and served as its director of product management and general management. Jassy also started the Amazon Customer Relation Product Management team. Andy is active in Seattle Education Initiative, serving on the Board of Trustees for Rainier Scholars and as chair of Rainier Prep's Board of Directors. That might be as challenging as running AWS. And Andy also earned his MBA from Harvard University. So Andy, welcome, and we're looking forward to the comments that you have for us in a few minutes. We also have as the voice of the customer, General John Murray. He is the first commanding general of Army Futures Command, so congratulations on that assignment. General Murray was commissioned as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army upon graduation from Ohio State University in 1992. I'm sure the entire Buckeye Nation is quite proud of your accomplishments and proud to have you as an alumni. Throughout his career, General Murray has served in leadership positions and commanded multiple assignments from company through division with various staff assignments at the highest levels of the Army. So I won't go through all of the particular command positions, but General Murray has served overseas in Afghanistan and Iraq. And it's clear from all of these positions that he is very uniquely positioned to actually reinvent the future of the Army. So we're very excited to hear some real life war stories during the panel. General Murray has, looking at this list, probably every award and decoration that the Army has to offer, so congratulations. And then finally, he hails from Kenton, Ohio. And maybe most importantly, he and his wife Jane have 3 terrific daughters and 7 grandchildren. So congratulations on your career. We're grateful for all of your accomplishments and contributions. And I thought maybe, General Murray, if you could start us off and give us an overview of Army Futures and maybe what we might call a state of the command update. That would be terrific.
Doug, thanks for that. And I'm gonna have to update my bio because it's 8 grandchildren now. So we're no, I'm just thrilled to be here. And Doug, thanks for moderating this. Andy, thrilled to do this with you, and really special thanks to Capital Factory for setting all this up. And you mentioned Army Futures Command, and it's about 18 months old now. So for a long time, I kind of talked about Army Futures Command as a startup, and we were. 18 months ago, it was about 40 people. We're about 425 now, and so over the course of 18 months, we've expanded towards a goal of about 500 here in Austin. But it was not only a startup; it was a startup managing a merger. Because it was merging existing organizations from other commands into Army Futures Command. So grand total, it's about 26,000 plus, 15 states, about 6 different countries. And so the merger part of it's also done. And so I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it wasn't pleasurable every day, but it's going pretty well in terms of bringing the command together. People ask me all the time is what's one of the things that surprised me. It's we didn't give me 2 years to stand the command up. And so the day after we stood it up, I was expected to operate as a major Army command, is what we call them, and trying to build the command, make that merger happen, and meet the expectations of the Army. Really underestimated the difficulty of that, and do all the hiring, which is not the easiest thing to do under government rules. So I've been exceptionally impressed, and the current situation kind of highlights this with everybody's ability to adapt to the circumstances that confronted them. Andy and I were talking before you came on. We're probably, and have been for about 3 months, Austin, about 80% telework. The productivity has been phenomenal. As a matter of fact, and I almost hesitate to say this, it almost seems to me like we're more productive in a telework standpoint than we are actually working in. And the one thing that I think, there's nothing good about COVID, but the one thing I keep stressing is there are lessons to be learned with this experience. And one of them is the Army's process for bringing in new tools onto our IT architecture is one of the many things that is antiquated in the government. But this has really forced us to bring in some really phenomenal tools for collaboration. And I have done sessions like this with countries all around the world, with at least 5,200 people on the net at one time. And I've pushed, even when I'm sitting in the office, which is probably about 50% of the time, we have pushed the collaboration that this brings to us. And I really fundamentally think it's going to change the way that we do business in the future. And if it doesn't, shame on us, because I just hate to even think of the amount of money we've saved on rental cars, airplane tickets, and hotel rooms in the last 3 months. In terms of delivery of material, I have pushed on this. We've had a few delays, but I've got a great team of people that have done a pretty phenomenal job about keeping things on track. And I keep everybody focused on what I consider to be the most important date, is the date we promise that capability to our young soldiers in the field. And so we'll make up time in the schedule. So far, so good on at least the Army modernization part, is keeping everything on track.
Congratulations, sir. That sounds like you're off to a terrific start. Andy, could you give us an update on AWS? And I have a feeling we might be able to connect some high-end innovation with some future modern warfare here. So.
Yeah. Well, I also want to say thanks for having me, and it's great to be here with General Murray and you, Doug. AWS we've been in the market now for about 14 years, and the business is, about a $40 billion revenue run rate business, growing about 30% year over year. We have millions of active customers. We consider an active customer a non-Amazon entity that's used our platform in the last 30 days, and it's a very broad and diverse customer base. In the early days, maybe the first 6 to 8 years of AWS, you saw virtually every major technology startup use AWS in the cloud to build their business from scratch. And so these are companies like Airbnb and Pinterest and Slack and Robinhood and Peloton and Grail. And what's happened the last 6 to 7 years is that the enterprise and public sector have really dramatically adopted the cloud and AWS, and you really see it in every imaginable segment. In the commercial space, in financial services, it's companies like Capital One and Barclays and Goldman Sachs and the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and healthcare and life sciences, Johnson & Johnson and Merck and Pfizer and Bristol Myers Squibb, and manufacturing, GE and Siemens and Philips, and in media, Netflix, despite the fact that they compete very aggressively with Amazon's consumer Prime Video business, runs everything on AWS, and you see the same type of thing with Disney Plus and Hulu and HBO Max. So it's just in every imaginable vertical business segment now, they're using AWS in the cloud in a meaningful way. And we also see it in the public sector, where we have 7,000 government agencies worldwide using AWS, and 11,000 academic institutions and 29,000 nonprofits. So very broad and diverse customer base. I think that if you look at the footprint that AWS has around the world, and we think about our infrastructure constructs as a region, as a place in the world where we have multiple data centers, or what we call availability zones. And so we have them really all over the world. We have about 23 today, with another 4 or 5 that we've announced, and then lots of data centers within those constructs, and in a very broad and diverse set of services, where we have about 200 different infrastructure services that our customers can mix and match and use in whatever combination that they want, so that they're able to build much more cost effectively and much more quickly. So the business is continuing to grow fast, but I would argue, for whatever it's worth, that despite the way the business is growing, we're still in the early stages of the meat of enterprise and public sector adoption, and that's in the US. I'd say outside the US, they're 12 to 36 months behind, depending on the industry or the country. So it's still relatively early days in what is a titanic shift.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting. Andy, General Murray alluded to this a little bit, but maybe you could say a few words about how the COVID pandemic has impacted your business, and areas where maybe you've seen some growth and areas where the challenges have persisted.
Well, it's we were talking about this beforehand, General Murray and I. It's just an unprecedented time. I think we're all kind of trying to find the best way that we can be productive and helpful. And I think if you look at Amazon's 2 major businesses and segments, and in our consumer segment and the retail side, it's just so unusual to be in a situation for several months where all of the physical stores are effectively shut down. And so the challenge around making sure that consumers have food and PPE and all the items that they need it's staggering. I mean, we had a very busy, large group of people that were doing this at scale before COVID, and then you look at the change in demand because everything else is closed. It's been very challenging, and the team has really worked around the clock to do so. And I think on the AWS side, we're trying to do everything we can to allow organizations and companies and governments to be able to function while everybody had to move to working from home and operating from home overnight. And I think that you see some companies and industries that have really seen a surge because of COVID. If you think about gaming, I don't know if, for those who have kids, I have a 16-year-old son who plays Fortnite till 1 a.m. every day. They see a huge surge because so many more people are home, and same with Sony PlayStation. Or if you think about entertainment, Netflix or Prime Video or Disney Plus or Hulu, lots of people watching a lot more. Video conferencing, if you look at things like Zoom and Chime and things of that sort, or e-learning with Canvas and Blackboard. I mean, those are all big AWS customers who have seen substantial surges. But I think that it's balanced by a lot of industries that are struggling, understandably, because of what's happening. I think travel has been hit hard, and hospitality and auto and oil and gas, and obviously physical retail. And so you see some kind of companies and organizations at the extreme surging end, and then at the extreme contracting end. And then I think everybody in between is they're just not growing the way they normally do. I mean, you have a lot of companies who are contracting at this point, just given consumption, and others who just aren't growing at the pace that they were growing at before. So it's very challenging, difficult time. I would say those companies and organizations that were set up from the get-go before COVID on the cloud have fared much better. And they've fared much better because it was much easier for them to scale at home, given the elasticity required and of both kind of the capacity and the labor, but also because as you had a few months where you look at the GDP having diminished the way it has, one of the really appealing parts of the cloud is that you only need to provision what you need. And if it turns out you need more, you can seamlessly scale up. But if it turns out that you don't need as much because there's a peak or there's some kind of unusual discontinuous event like a pandemic, you can give back that capacity and stop paying for it, which most every company and organization in the world is looking to find ways to try and save money during the pandemic. So I think those that were using the cloud have been significantly advantaged. I think there's, as General Murray was saying, there are so many ways that I think work has changed during this last 3 months and will likely long term. I mean, I think that we all had used video conferencing to varying degrees before the pandemic hit, but none of us had to use it as extensively as we have. And we thought that it wouldn't be as productive as being in person. And, there are certain things you can't do as well virtually as you can do in person, including, I think, innovating is harder just because I find innovation is often sloppy and has lots of dead ends that you go down and lots of debate and lots of rigor. And virtually people, are a little hesitant to interrupt each other because the sound gets canceled out. And so you have to, as a leader, you have to think about how to facilitate innovation a little bit differently. But by and large, the productivity has been much, much better than we ever imagined. And even just from an engineering standpoint, we've been at least as productive as we are when we're in the office. So I think it's changed how we're thinking about how often people come into the office versus how much they're going to work from home. It's changed who we think about hiring and where. We had a thought process that we wanted to have these critical masses of people in different cities for their own career development and the ability to work with teams. But we've had so much success working remotely that I think we're much more willing to hire people in, a couple people in individual areas if they're willing to work during the hours they need to collaborate with the rest of the team, just because we've had that success during the pandemic. And, I think also you're going to see lots of organizations and functions within organizations really reconsider whether they have to come into the office and use corporate real estate. I think call centers are a good example of that, where if you've watched what happened the last 3 months, you've had thousands and thousands of customer support agents who've been able to use our call center service, which we call Connect, from home, along with a virtual desktop and then video conferencing, and they're very effective. And so I think you might see a different group of people coming into the office every day than was the case before.
General Murray, do you have any additional thoughts on the future of warfighting and how do you conduct overseas operations in the face of a pandemic?
Well, our chief is General McConville, and he said all along you can't fight a war remotely. So so there's a portion of the military writ large, just not the Army, that you got to get back to business. And I really equate this, and you mentioned this up front, Doug, my time overseas. And I wore 85 pounds of body armor and a helmet, and you just get used to it. It's just another condition you have to figure out how to operate in. So we'll do what we need to do, and we'll figure out how to protect our soldiers. And and we didn't talk about this when I was talking before, but I've got a list of priorities under the current circumstances. Number one is protect the workforce, and that's why we're teleworking, and that's why I stressed to him. I just finished a town hall. And that's one of the things that I have found working remotely is one of the things you really got to focus on is keeping the workforce connected to the work and really the mission you're trying to accomplish. And it's a different leadership skill. I think Andy said this. And so, some of my directors have adopted to it better than others, but you really have to lead in a different way And you have to keep your people connected to the mission, to being part of the team, all the things we focus on. And it takes effort to do that. And so, I mean, right to your question is, and tagging on to something Andy was talking about as well, is, when you think about U.S. Army, you really don't think about the most innovative organization in the world. And that's part of my mission and part of my job that I was given, is to drag the Army, in many cases kicking and screaming, into the world Andy lives in. And so you think about things like cloud and artificial intelligence, and we stood up an artificial intelligence task force as part of Army Futures Command. We just got our first cohort of master's degree students up to CMU. So we've started a pipeline for the education piece. Each one of our weapon systems has a thing called a master gunner that is the expert on the system. So I now have digital master gunner courses set up. We're going to launch here this fall a software factory, for lack of a better term, here in Austin. We're going to stand it up. And so you've got, people to create the environment, people to maintain the environment, and then we're going to create the people who are going to operate in that environment. Cloud-based. We down here in Austin have a developmental environment that we built from scratch. And I think we're the only ones in the Army that have a cloud-based, that we're migrating data and building migrating applications and building cloud-native applications in right now. And I won't mention who the cloud service is. Matter of fact, it may be AWS, but I can't even remember. But then we got to think through, how we do that forward too. And you mentioned, how you fight. And so how do you do that without the backbone that you have here in the United States or in a fixed facility? How do you do that in a mobile way? How do you do that when you're going to be bandwidth constricted from the start? And how do you do that when everybody that opposes you is going to be trying to take that capability away from you? And we've got a couple projects working right now. We've got a major exercise this fall, knock on wood, we'll be able to get it in with the conditions to start to piece that together. And it's how, people, you talk about artificial intelligence, and anytime I mention, especially with the uniform on artificial intelligence, visions of Terminator pop into people's heads, I'm sure. And we've got so many needs for the things that Andy was talking about. Just simple things like predictive maintenance, like the rest of the commercial industry is doing right now. We don't do very well, and we're trying to move in that area. And how do you, and really I think that the big change that artificial intelligence can help the United States military in is a human assist, not a human replacement. So how do you help commanders make better decisions faster, I think, is the area that we can expand upon and probably be the greatest benefit to us in the future.
Yeah, that sounds terrific, and thanks for bringing up AI. Andy, could you expand a little bit on where you see the AI initiatives going at AWS and maybe how you can connect into the general's warfighting mission?
Well, I think that if you fast forward 10 years or so, I think virtually every workload is going to be infused in some way with machine learning and AI. And I also agree with what General Murray said, that it's not going to be mostly a replacement for people. It's going to assist people in making better decisions and spending their time on value-added activities. And we think about machine learning. We have a very large investment in machine learning and AI across AWS. And we think about those areas as having kind of three macro layers of the stack. At the bottom layer is for the expert machine learning practitioners, those who really know how to build and train models and tune them, and they're comfortable working at the framework level. And they're, in the scheme of things, there aren't that many people in the world today who are expert machine learning practitioners. And so while the ones who are really good at it can use really any of the frameworks, whether it's TensorFlow or MXNet or PyTorch on top of AWS in a very scalable way, if you really want machine learning and AI to be as expansive as we all believe it will and should be, you have to find a way to make it much more accessible and easier to use for everyday developers and data scientists. And that's that middle layer of the stack we think about, where we've built this service called SageMaker, which really is a C-level change in the ease with which everyday developers and scientists can build models, train those models, tune those models, and deploy them into production. And it's kind of amazing just in the last couple of years how many thousands of companies and organizations are standardizing on top of SageMaker just to make it so much easier to start using machine learning and AI. And then at that top layer of the stack is often for organizations who say, I don't want to build the models myself. I want to send the data to you via application programming interfaces or APIs and use your trained models that you've trained in a lot of data and then get the answers back effectively through those APIs. And so those are things like, here's an object, tell me what's in it. Here's a video, tell me what's in it. Translate text to speech. Take this audio and transcribe it to text. Take this transcribed text, translate it to lots of languages. Take this transcribed, translated text and tell me what's in it through natural language processing. Help me do automatic speech recognition. Help me do personalization or forecasting or search much more easily or developer code reviews. And there's an endless number of these capabilities at that top layer of the stack that, we have all the ones I mentioned plus a lot more and others coming. So we have a very broad, expansive investment there. And there are so many ways that you see organizations leveraging AI today to change their organizations. If you look at Intuit, Intuit has they have products that help small businesses and consumers save money around tax time. Of course, tax season is right around the corner, given the later timing of it. And they use SageMaker to build models that automatically predict what types of savings consumers should expect. And on average, they're saving customers about $4,300 a year using those machine learning models. Or if you look at Cerner, who's another big AWS customer, Cerner has been using machine learning to build models to predict when people are going to have some onset of congestive heart failure. And they've been able to build these models that now allow you to predict it up to 15 months before you see any clinical manifestation of it. Or you can see there's companies like Moderna, who they're companies that create vaccines, and they built a digital manufacturing capability on top of AWS where they use compute and storage and data warehousing and machine learning to kind of try to help speed up the process of building vaccines. And for the vaccine that they're developing now for COVID, they were able to develop it using AWS in the cloud in 43 days when it typically takes them 20 months. Those are gigantic improvements in what you can do by finding a way to leverage machine learning and AI. And I think it'll be no different with what happens in our armed forces. I mean, I think being able to have intelligence in the field, being able to have it assist you in fighting and defending. I think one of the fronts of future warfare is cyber warfare, where there's going to be a lot of this type of technology used, both in people trying to attack us and us being able to defend and drive intelligence. And so I think that you're going to find it very pervasively used, not just in commercial, but in government and armed forces usage as well.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Those are terrific examples, and I'm sure we all are eager to save money on taxes and find a vaccine at warp speed. So, General Murray, we've heard a little bit about digital soldier or soldier-centered design, and you alluded to earlier about carrying 75 pounds out in the field. And how do you envision connecting up the cloud or the power of the IT, putting that forward, getting it on the infantryman that needs the information, but not having to drag an IT professional or your help desk behind you in real time? And what are your thoughts in that direction?
Yeah, so part of it is, and I kind of mentioned this, is we got part of this is talent management. So we gotta have the right workforce, and we really do and we don't right now. So I am absolutely convinced that we've got the skill sets we need at the lower level. I mean, not the data scientists, data engineers, but the kids that have grown up doing this in terms of coding and the ability to really work with Python and other applications and really write code. I mean, they're out there. The digital master gunner course I mentioned, I mean, we went out to one installation with no advertisement, just word of mouth, and we were looking for 30 kids, and we had 50 plus within a week that have the background to do this, that are interested in doing it. So one is building the skill set, and then I'm really worried more about retaining that once we have them trained, because people like Andy will rip them off as soon as I get them trained with a lot more money than I can provide them. So we're focused on, how do we retain that skill set once we provide them the training and the educational background to really formalize what they had to begin with. So that's a part of it, is getting these kids in the field to seed it. And then I mentioned this also is how do you do this in a remote environment? And so I think, unlike a lot of places, is we're going to be in the cloud, but we're always going to have some on-prem computing. I just don't think we can ever, at least for the foreseeable future, we're going to have to always have some on-prem capability, just because we're going to be disconnected at times. We're going to be limited on bandwidth. And then the tools, as the tools get built, it's really making the Army comfortable with this, because in my opinion, and what I've learned in a year and a half, is a lot of this involves trust. And I go back to an example. I mean, I had somebody write a very basic algorithm for me that we have these things called J books we have turned into Congress, explain where we spend every dollar. At the end of preparing them, we're probably about 6 or 7 feet tall. So, somebody goes, simple question, how much should we spend on batteries? Several months, obviously, to go through it, and they came up with a number. A young man wrote an algorithm for me, some natural language processing. And it took about 30 minutes to go through that same 6-foot stack of paperwork, and he came up with a number. And nobody trusted that number, but everybody trusted, the 6 months worth of work by some poor officer in the corner someplace in the Pentagon doing late going through line by line of work. Part of it is establishing the trust in the Army. Part of it's building the talent, and really part of it is just demonstrating the power that this can bring to our organization. And I think, that's and I talk all the time about, we're going to under promise and over deliver in terms of how we're doing this, because I think once people see the capabilities and the efficiencies we can gain and the power that these types of things we're talking about can bring to just about any organization in the Army, from an enterprise perspective or from an operational perspective, the capabilities will sell itself, and then I think it will continue to grow.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's very well stated, and I think our time is starting to come to a close, but maybe, Andy, if you have any last thoughts on possible barriers or things that we can all do in terms of cloud adoption and then supporting our warfighters. I know that's something we're all eager to do, so we'll let you wrap it up with a few last thoughts.
Well, I think if you historically look at what has made organizations move to the cloud slower than others, I think there's probably a few things. In the very early days, in the first several years of the cloud, people were worried about security, and a lot of times we would say, well, tell us what you're most worried about with regard to security, and they'd say, well, I'm worried about losing control of my data. And we would explain, you realize that you get to choose where you locate your data in AWS's cloud. It doesn't move unless you choose to move it. It looks like a blob to us. And then if you're extra worried about it, you can encrypt it in motion or in rest. And then people would say, okay, I get that, but I'm still worried, and I don't know if I can touch the iron if it lives in the cloud. And then a lot of times we often say, well, how often are you touching the iron? When you're operating every day. And so I think just whenever you have a very different model of computing and where the data sits, organizations are going to want to see that it works. They're going to want to see other large organizations using it successfully and securely. And now I think as those who've done their research and homework in using the cloud over the last number of years, what we found is that security has become one of the biggest selling points for the cloud, because most realize that the security posture is stronger in the cloud than it is on premises. And then I think the second thing has been just organizations needing to think about the workloads that have to stay on premises or that have to live at the edge. And so, I think I generally agree with General Murray that there's going to be some workloads that, even though I think the overwhelming majority of workloads are going to move to the cloud and relatively few organizations will have big data centers in the future, there are going to be some workloads that that live there for the indefinite future, or they have to stay there because they have to be close to something where they need low latency. And I think that was really a challenge for how a number of enterprises were thinking about how to think about their estate of all their applications. And for a long time, there were attempts to try and solve that by giving organizations software that promised to be similar to what was in the cloud, but it just turned out they weren't. The services were different, the APIs were different, the control plane was different, the hardware was different, the tools were different, and so those solutions just haven't gotten much traction because it was so hard to use them together. And when we looked at that problem a few years ago, we decided to pursue a different approach, which really was to think about distributing AWS to on-premises so that people could have the actual AWS on-premises. They could have the same services, the same APIs, the same control plane, the same hardware, and the same tool sets. And so that's a capability that we delivered called Outpost, which we announced about a year and a half ago and delivered about 6 months ago, which is really people are very excited about and are using in a meaningful way. But that has made it much easier for enterprises for those workloads that have to remain on premises to be able to run Outposts, which is really racks of AWS services with our compute and storage and database, analytics, machine learning on it. And that also just connects seamlessly through the same APIs to the rest of their deployments in our public region. So I think helping people think through how to manage all of their workloads has been instrumental in having people have a much broader approach to the cloud now. I think also, though, that you've got these edges where it's hard for people to accept the latency or a round trip back to the cloud, or where they just don't even have connectivity. And General Murray was talking about it earlier. If you think about in the field, there are places where you don't have the ability to go back to the cloud. And so, one of the things that we've built something called Snowball. We have a few different variants of it, but our Snowball Edge, it's really it's an appliance that you can have. It's a physical piece of hardware, an appliance that you can have out in the field that has the ability to do compute on it if you're trying to analyze certain inputs or signals that you're seeing in real time, but also allows you to fill up a lot of the data that you have remotely. And when you fill it up, you can send it to us, and we have a high-speed way of ingesting that data so you can do large-scale analytics on it. So, we have a lot of organizations, both in the consumer and public sector, using these Snowball Edges, and we just launched a snow cone, which is a 4.5-pound version of it that fits in your backpack, which also really helps when you're mobile and you're in a, you've got a mission, you're in the theater, and you have to be mobile. So, I think the last thing I would say that I think's been a blocker for organizations in moving in, and often the biggest blocker, frankly, is nothing technical. It turns out to be really leadership driven. And I think that it's really hard to make a big shift if the senior leadership team isn't aligned and convicted that they want to go there, because inertia is a really powerful force, and you have a lot of people who've built something themselves and have pride of ownership, or it requires learning a bunch of new skills and capabilities that maybe you're not excited about learning, and it's just easy to dip your toe in the water for a long period of time and never really get the benefits, the big benefits the cloud provides. And so what we've seen as the biggest difference makers leadership-wise is you have to get your senior leadership team aligned and convicted they're going to make the move, and then set an aggressive goal that forces the organization to move faster than organically otherwise would. And we see this all the time. Capital One set a top-down goal that they were going to move all of their consumer digital banking platform to AWS in the cloud, and that meant you couldn't kind of keep dipping your toe in the water. You had to figure it out. Or GE decided they moved 50 applications in 30 days to the cloud, and all their technology people said this is crazy and idiotic, and the CIO said we're going to do it anyway, and they got to about 40 in 30 days, but in the process they figured out their security model and governance model, and they had success in a way that led to just an outpouring of different ideas and things that people wanted to move to the cloud so that they could take the next big goal of moving 9,000 applications to AWS in a few years. And so you need that conviction and alignment at the top level, and then a top-down goal that forces the org to really realize that they're going there, and they're going to be held accountable to figure out a way to go there. Then you got to train a number of people so that you don't just throw them the cloud. You actually equip them with the skills to be successful. And then you just have to make sure that you don't get paralyzed if you can't figure out how to move every last workload. The reality is that there are so many workloads that you can move pretty quickly and get the benefits of the cloud that will also inform the hardest workloads you have to move later, that you got to build an aggressive sequential plan that lets you get some of those benefits as opposed to not starting until you've figured every last workload out.
Well, thank you, Andy. I want to wrap up the panel today. And Andy, thank you, and Teresa, for your commitment to public sector and for supporting the missions in the U.S. government and others places around the world. And General Murray, thank you to you and your team. And we wish you much success in terms of innovating and keeping us all a step ahead of our adversaries. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you down the road.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Murray and Andy Jassy. Welcome to Fed Supernova. I am Julie Willis, one of your MCs for the day and CEO of Defiant Communication. Being here is so special for me because the Innovation Combine AFC is presenting was the cornerstone event for a conference that, like everything else, evolved over the last few months. When it was taking shape, Defiant, just weeks old, built an event on the shoulder for innovators to show off their tech. It was going to be beautiful. There were chandeliers and velvet curtains, and because this is Austin, the venue was not at all concerned when I asked if people could repel from the ceiling or if we could use fire to demonstrate just how protected the warfighter could be. Well, that didn't happen. What did happen, though, was I wrote a book about my journey from being a government contractor to becoming an entrepreneur. Everything I learned standing on the eggs of entrepreneurship and military modernization. The book is called Conceal Reveal, taking the name of the event that I was going to host. It is a raw, honest look at our industry in 2020 and adds context to policies that impact the innovators and therefore the operators. It also shows the power of a pivot and tells the story of how I ended up here with the hundreds of you. Today, Defiant is enabling other entrepreneurs in our industry to tell the story of their company and commitment to defense innovation on a new podcast, Innovator Operator. These companies give me hope because the challenge our warfighters have given us, it's like a tough mutter with no finish line. However, there are two finish lines at Fed Supernova. The Innovation Combine Awards ceremony, presented by Army Features Command tomorrow, and the Human Performance 100K award ceremony on Thursday. But before we begin, I have to give you an overview of what you can expect. There are 3 stages. This is the operational data science track stage. Another will be our COVID innovation track presented by the Texas Military Department. And of course, the Innovation Combine track presented by Army Features Command. If you are joining us as an interactive attendee on opt-in, you will have unique networking opportunities. A little later in the day, you will get to join me and 50 other companies at our startup call. And if you're VIP, don't forget to check out Supernova, the VIP virtual lounge. You're all invited to talk to each other and to us on the chat and the FSM Slack channel. But don't forget to take out your phone, open LinkedIn, and connect with everyone you see here. We have a lot planned for the next few days, and we are very excited that you have chosen to join us. So let's get to it. Head on over to your first track session. If you will be joining me in the operational data science track presented by Deloitte, you can just stay right here. I'll give you all just a second to click where you want to be. Good. Yes. Welcome to the operational data science track. Again, I am Julie Willis, your MC for the day, and I'm very excited to get this day started with all of you. A little later, Deloitte is bringing us some amazing startups to showcase, touching on AI applications on an operational level. We have a panel on the talent and human capital needed to support operational data science. And this morning, we have a keynote from Joe Lonsdale. But we need to bring Frank Strickland, the analytics leader and managing director of Deloitte, on the stage. Frank?
Good morning. Thanks, Julie. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Operational Data Science track. I'm Frank Strickland. I lead analytics and data science and AI for Deloitte Consulting's clients in the defense, homeland security, and justice departments, as well as the intelligence community. I love this topic, consequently, but I also love it because it began for me back in the mid to late 1980s in building algorithms to try to solve problems like predicting Soviet naval force generation exercises or turning back Soviet bombers at long range. Thankfully, the tech we're using today is much better across both cloud, COTS, and open source. Back then, we were building the algorithms on big iron in the rear and trying to push insights forward through little UHF narrowband channels. So very thankful that the tech is much better. And the things that we can do with data science today for commanders, for operators, for enablers and acquisition, logistics, intelligence, et cetera, is truly transformational. But I learned a couple of things that back then that I think are still true today that I want to use to sort of help level set us as we go into this particular track. There are two fundamentals, I think, that do not change. And the first is that data science is a means to an end. I remember back in the space that we worked in a black program where we were building those algorithms, there was a cartoon on the door of an operator that was in the middle of the firefight, and the thought bubble above his head was, intelligence? Hell, I need targeting data. And I think it helped us to focus every day as we went in the door to work on the algorithms that the hardware, the software, everything that we're doing in the tech is critically important. But what is most important are the commanders, the operators, and the other customers that we're serving. With any specialization, it's pretty easy to lose track of why we're doing what we're doing and who we're doing it for, and kind of get narrowly focused on the specialization. There's some very practical implications to this as well. If we think about the data science team, having mission domain knowledge on the team is not important. It is essential. I'm going to talk a little bit about talent in just a moment, but having that mission domain knowledge is key to building a useful model. And then secondly, in terms of quality, I would encourage anyone who is not a data scientist, when you're coming into projects and engaging on projects, you can engage and test the quality by just asking a simple question: what problem are you trying to solve? And if the answer begins with a lot of esoteric lasso regression, et cetera, a lot of data science babble, no, what problem are you trying to solve for the end user? What decision problem are you trying to solve? So when we take operational data science, I want to suggest that we mean two things. And first, it is focusing on those decision makers and actors that we're trying to serve. And secondly, it's trying to put those models into operation at scale so that we can have decisions made across the enterprise routinely to support them. So that's first fundamental verity that I think I learned that is still true today. The second is that data science is capability, it's not a person. I understand that General Murray and his team are doing some work to focus on talent, and I think that's critically important. Remember back again on that old ops floor where I worked, it was a multidisciplinary team that was doing that work, developing those algorithms. And so what does that look like today? when we say data science, we're really talking about a multidisciplinary team that has data engineers, math modelers, ML engineers, software engineers, and user experience designers. So it is a multidisciplinary team that needs to put a data science capability in place into operations and then maintain it in operations. So we've designed a really exciting track for you today. It has strong substantive leaders from the investment community, data science innovators from military and industry. I'm looking forward to listening, challenging my own thinking, and learning on what I can do to be a better leader in the space. I believe it'll be helpful to you. Let me just close with a note on what I think is a national imperative for us in this space. The National Defense Strategy says that we are exiting a period of, or we've been in a period of strategic atrophy. And it's a very sobering statement. I think what it compels us to think about in operational data science is we need to move quickly in getting capabilities deployed at scale in operations. And so I think there's a temporal imperative there. So I hope those two things, focusing on the end, not just the means, treating data science as a capability, not as a person. I hope those sort of help provide some level setting context for us as we go into this track. I think we've got some great investment community leaders, military leaders, private sector leaders that you're going to hear from. I think it'll be a very good substantive discussion. So Julie, let me turn it back to you.
All right, well, we are back. I've been told that my mic was having trouble, so I hope y'all can hear me now. Let us know. But thank you to Frank. Let's bring up Joe Lonsdale to join me. You may know Joe from Palantir, and he is now a founding partner at 8VC. Also, hi, Joe.
Good morning, Julie.
Good morning. Let me bring in Silpan Patel, the president of Ultra Labs, as well to moderate for you.
Great.
Good day.
Have a good conversation.
Hey, Joe.
How's it going?
Good. Well, good day to everyone, and thank you to Deloitte for presenting this event. As you heard, my name is Silpan Patel. I'll be hosting a Q&A with Joe Lonsdale, the founder of AVC and one of the co-founders of Palantir. Joe, you want to take a moment to introduce yourself and
Sure.
provide a few comments?
It's nice to meet everyone. You know, we started Palantir 17 years ago. I was a computer scientist out of Stanford, and I worked a lot at PayPal with the guys. And you know, the whole background kind of came from a mindset of making sure we protect people's data and information, and in Palantir's case, civil liberties, while making sure we get the bad guys. You know, at PayPal, the Chinese and Russian mafia were our big challenge, and they destroyed 7 of our competitors, and we figured out how to stop them from destroying us while still protecting our customers' data. And it was, you know, very analogous challenge with Palantir. And you know, Palantir is a really entrepreneurial company. There's lots of things within Palantir they've built and they've productized in the defense world. So I've been really lucky to learn a lot about different areas there. But you know, for about a decade, I didn't work in defense as much. We've done a lot of big things in healthcare and logistics and otherwise. In the last few years, a few friends and I realized, gosh, there's a really big gap between the very top talent in Silicon Valley and between the big defense primes. And there's a lot of important work to be done in this area. So we started building some more in defense again, and I'm now spending a lot more time on it again. So excited to talk about it.
Thank you. So so our topic today is going to be dual use investing, building a dual use technology company on the back of venture capital, and investing in artificial intelligence companies that serve commercial and national security customers. So I'll curate the Q&A for you. I'm going to keep an eye open on this on the live comments. So if you have questions, please put them forward. But let's start. Our first question for you, Joe. What are you building in defense, and why are you excited about it?
So, I think that at this point, it's become really clear that China is a big threat to America. I think that there's a lot of values in the world about where the future is going to be, and there's certain values behind America, and there's certain values behind China that are very separate, and there's an important difference here. And to me, I'm very patriotic. I think Pax Americana, peace through strength, is the right way. So I would like America not to be passed by China and by other countries. I think if we stay stronger, it's better for the world. That's a complicated and big debate, but let's take that debate as given. If you believe that it's better for America to be strong, you should be working in defense. If you do not believe that, you should probably not be working in defense. So anyway, so that aside, given that I feel that, and given that those are my values, I want to make sure the very top technologists are working in defense. It's very clear the last 10 or 20 years, the top technologists have not been going into the defense primes, have not on the margin been working on these problems. The very best ones have been working on other things in Silicon Valley, and a lot of the top Silicon Valley companies have refused to work on defense. And so that's a very strong value a few of my friends and I have, is we need to take the best, we need to convince them to work on these problems. And there are important new things you can achieve with new technology that have not been achieved by others. And so now that we're doing that, already a few things we're building are running circles around the old primes. It's a very, very fun time to be doing it.
And what do you think is the difference between the culture in Silicon Valley and Austin? What are your thoughts between where the opportunities are in Austin when it comes to the defense startup space?
Awesome. Well, I'm actually getting a place in Austin and hope to be building a lot more there as well. So I think there's about 9 companies I'm invested in that have 600 employees in Austin now. So we're seeing a lot of talent start to shift out there. I think it's very exciting to see the Army Futures Command there as well. Sorry about that noise. And I think the biggest thing with these companies is, are the technologists in charge? Are the technologists running things there? And so you either have a culture where the business people are telling the technologists, the salespeople are telling the technologists what they want, or the technologists are helping frame it. And I think that's the biggest difference between the two.
What have you experienced in terms of the differences in culture in Austin? Is it and working on defense technology activities compared to Silicon Valley?
Well, just in general, I don't know if I can speak to Austin so much as a general way people do things. I think a lot of times you'll have, the question is, are the top technologists, are these the people who were the ones you would have learned the most from in a top 20 school, who everyone looked up to? Are they running the company, or are they in the basement taking orders from the people running the company? And that's a really important difference. There's no such thing as a great Silicon Valley technology company that has guys in the basement taking orders from the guys who are not as good as them. That's just not how it works. So I think that, to me, that's a really important difference.
Yeah. So what values are important for starting a defense startup?
The values is you need to be patriots, you need to be aligned. I do not believe you can have Democrats, you can have Republicans, you can have people with different political views, but you need to have a shared values of believing that you want America to be strong and you're loyal to the country. So first of all, to me, that's really important. I don't think you can have that otherwise. I think on top of that, to me, to have the very best defense startups, you need to be doing it for the right non-crony reasons. A lot of defense companies are really happy if they can use some unfair advantage to close contracts and make money, whether or not they're bringing the very best. So you see a lot of stuff, we call them the Beltway bandits. You see a lot of stuff around the Beltway where they used to work in the Army, they used to work in defense, and they have friends, and they'll do whatever they can to get a contract, and this is how they're going to make a living, and they're just really proud of their connections to get contracts. Like a lot of these startups, instead of pitching you about why this is the best thing substantively, they'll spend a lot of time pitching you about all their special connections in defense. And to me, frankly, I think that's disgusting. I think the way America is going to be stronger is this is better talent, these are better solutions. It's not because we have better connections. That the connections part is tertiary, and you should be able to figure out the connections if you have the best of the first two.
So switching to your experience with Palantir, what headwinds did Palantir have in Washington, D.C. in the early years with selling to the government?
Sure. Well, I mean, Palantir, we were always outsiders. So we were ranked #1 in Silicon Valley for tech culture for quite a while. Our biggest competitor was Facebook in terms of hiring. We had solutions that being someone like Unisys would get paid $3 billion after going over budget to do something for DHS that we knew we could do out of the box. And so obviously these insiders were very, very threatened by us, and everyone wanted to do anything they can to keep you out. What tends to happen is even if you're substantively creating most of the value, the insiders, because they have the connections, because they own various contracts, the way they see things is that 99% of the value should be for them, and you should partner with them, and they could pat you on the head like a little kid, and they should take all the upside. And that's basically how it works. And you see this protectionism there across the board. It's very, very hard to break in. It's very, very hard, even when you've already proven yourself, to kind of get these big contracts. With the Army, we were working with special forces at first, because special forces have lives on the line. They have some problems they need to solve today, and you tend to see a lot of real competence from the special forces groups, where they'll kind of just break the rules just to take whatever's best and do it, and then to break through the bureaucracy. So we work with special forces, and then the Army, people started seeing, wow, there's way less IED deaths with these special forces groups, as in one example. Can we use the same thing? And they couldn't get the contract, but we gave it to them because it was saving lives. And so we started seeing a lot of them use it. And there was a competitive product that these generals had spent billions of dollars on that didn't work as well. And it became documented how they were just absolutely outperforming the competitive product, and people were just actively trying to use it to save lives. And the Army heard they were using it without going through the proper channels, totally shut it down, and ordered them to destroy the records of the lives saved. And then when it came up for a big bid for this D6 thing, they basically just like gave it to their friends again. And we actually had to sue them for destroying records. We won the lawsuit. We ended up winning the thing. But it's like there's a lot of corruption. There's a lot of people who just don't want to work with outsiders because they're very threatened by things if it's not coming from them.
Yeah, and I've seen that myself. And there's especially in the DC area, right? There's a lot of it's a lot of relationships and who knows who, and it's kind of a bureaucratic game. But are there any advice for a startup that's trying to break into that space? How do you make those early connections to help you play that game and get into it? Because
you got to find the competent people in any government department, no matter how frustrating it is. There's going to be some bureaucrats who are incompetent, and there's going to be some good people who are patriotic, who are competent. And you got to build allies, and you got to iterate really quickly with them. And people become allies when they're impressed by the fact that you're listening to them and you're iterating quickly. So I was, JetBlue didn't used to have a first class or business class section, and I was on JetBlue 2 or 3 times a month for the first couple of years. We were building this, going back and forth, meeting people, getting their advice, getting their input, and we'd blow them away. We'd come back 2 weeks later, and they'd say, wow, I thought that would take you a year. I didn't think you listened to me. We'd have everything they asked for, and then they'd say, okay, well, actually, we need these things as well. And then they try it, and we would keep iterating. And if you could do, the difference between a really great technology culture and an average one is a great one can iterate at 20 times the speed. So if you can iterate really quickly, it's all of a sudden in 6 months you have everything possibly they wanted and could have asked for, and they feel really listened to, they feel honored, it's useful to them, and suddenly you're in. I mean, I think in order to be in as an outsider, you have to be 10 times as good as what's there. But the secret lesson is it's not that hard to be 10 times as good as what's there. There are not really top people iterating really quickly with these people most of the time.
Yeah. We have a couple of questions from the audience. Might just throw them in right now. So one's from Joshua Bear. Why are some traditional investors afraid of investing in startups who work with the defense industry?
Well, it's really hard to know from the outside what is like real repeatable revenue and what's not. So it's obviously, so I'm involved in a couple of new companies, Anduril and AFWERX, and Anduril just got like the fastest ever to a system of record. That's very, very rare. So what's very common is a startup will get granted a $500,000 pilot, a $250,000 pilot, maybe $1 million or $2 million here and there, and then they'll just never get the system of record because they don't have the right connections, because there's all these programs that help new companies. But the jump from being a new company to being big, the big guys will close ranks, they'll do whatever they can to stop you and to try to kill you. So it's just very, very hard to break from being like I'm working with some special program with Army Futures to actually being treated seriously and actually taking it to the next level. And so that's why I think a lot of people don't have those connections. They have to really have those connections to understand it. So it's just very nerve-wracking to write these checks. And I think on the defense side, you really have to have like just something that's just really, really strong to break through that kind of glass ceiling. and it's not easy.
Yeah, another question from Paul Norwood. Should the flow of foreign funding cause concerns within the startup community? Does accepting foreign money cause concerns to DoD?
You know, it depends what the foreign money is. If it's a Chinese entity, that's actually very scary. Obviously, North Korean, Russian, Iranian, etc. There's certain ones you probably don't want to take their money. If it's like some money from an allied country, if it's money from like people in London, if it's even money from the UAE, and it's a minority investor, and you make sure they don't have a certain rights, I think that's totally fine. I think it's totally fine to work with these people. Back when I was running Palantir, we decided to keep it less than 5% for foreigners, at least back when I was there. I think it might be less than 10% now, but it's like no one who has actual control of the company. It's really important they don't control the company. And I think it's okay to work with allied countries. Sometimes your best early customers might be in the Middle East or might be in Western or Northern Europe.
We have another one from Paul, I believe. Do you think the dual use pitch makes sense for investors? Do you think it makes sense for startups to have dual tracks, or should they focus on one or the other?
That's a really good question. I tend to think that the first few years of a company, if you're not really focused on one thing, you're not going to make it work. Even Palantir was like only on government for the first few years, and I started the kind of financial commercial division maybe years 3 or 4. And if we had to do it again, I might have even started that a little bit later. It's really hard to do 2 things at once early on. It takes just, if you have to be 10x better and iterating faster, you can't do that in multiple areas unless you have just an insane amount of resources. So in general, I'd focus. Just an example with AFWERX I'll give you is we have what we now believe is the world's most advanced EMP system. It turns out a lot of people who own stadiums are very interested in being able to defend against drone attacks. It's like a thing that's evolving. So there's stadiums who are doing pilots with us and just learning about it, and like that's kind of cool. So there's kind of a commercial use, but I'm and there's also like a power chip we have that AMD is looking into based on that we had to build for it. So there's some kind of things where we're exploring commercial uses, but for me, the bulk of the company should be focused on defense for now.
We have another one. I'll keep going with the questions in the private chat, or the live comments, sorry. This one's from Ken Phillips. So what about partnering with established defense contractors to get into the game? Palantir took a hard stance against working with others. Does that mean all startups should go it alone or take the government to court in order to deliver the capability?
You know, I think it depends on what kind of partners you have there. Both Anduril and AFWERX are partnering a little bit more than Palantir and are working with others where there's advantages on both sides. And if you can get the respect of these other companies where they're going to treat you like a senior company, then I think it's very worthwhile exploring. The landscape might have shifted slightly. If you go back to the landscape when Palantir was starting out, I mentioned this earlier, the attitude was we create all the value, you're a little kid, and we're going to give you maybe 1 or 2 or 3% of this value, and you should be very grateful for that. And that's how our partnership's going to work. And obviously, if that's the situation, then you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. At the same time, if you can get people to respect you, to work well with you, if they can acknowledge the value startups are creating, which then I think it's fine to partner. I do see some of the primes opening up a little bit. Even obviously Deloitte and others as well starting to realize there's value in like partnering on both sides can create value. And if you get that kind of positive attitude, then I think it's a worthwhile thing to explore.
Going back to the dual use topic, working in both a company that does something in both defense and industry, commercial use, are there any advantages to thinking about that in the context of access to data? Because that's one of the challenges in startup space, especially if you're doing work in the defense world, is getting access to data, and sometimes that data might be classified at various levels. What are the challenges that you've experienced in that space, and you have any insights on how a startup might deal with that?
Yeah, in the cyber space, there's certain types of data that comes from the NSA that they have that others don't, and it comes from the Israeli intelligence group. I have seen a couple companies kind of partner in government for threat detection and anomaly detection, and there's things you could do you couldn't do otherwise if you weren't working with the government. So I think that data is very interesting. In general, for most of these other areas, I honestly think there really are separate businesses. And as much as there's definitely, if you have a mission-driven company where you attract the best people into this mission-driven thing in defense, and then you sometimes can make breakthroughs that then apply to other areas. Again, as something like that's what I think AFWERX has done. There's some really big power chip breakthroughs they've made thanks to the EMP systems they're working on, which they may now apply to other areas. And so sometimes you can get like, 20 or 30 of the best people in the world in an area working hard for a couple of years, which leads to that. But otherwise, I really think you should treat them as separate businesses.
We have a lot of good activity on the live comments section here, so I'm going to keep going with that. We have a question from Kevin Lantry. What's the perspective from the Silicon Valley VC community about the DoD's Trusted Capital Initiative?
What's the DoD's Trusted Capital Initiative?
Yeah.
I know a little bit about that my friends told me, but unfortunately, it hasn't. Just from my perspective, it's not something that I fully understand. I'll be totally honest. So I'm not an expert on that one.
And a follow up from Kevin, just to throw it in there. What's the most exciting new product or technology you've seen recently?
Gosh, I've been mentioning it, but I have to say it's just the fact that these directed EMP systems can take out electronics with 300 meters accurately. I just think it's really fun. We're using it for naval purposes. We're using it for drones. We're using it for it's the kind of thing you can carry in a SEAL team. And before you hit an installation, you just wipe out all the electronics. I think this kind of stuff's really fun. And so to me, that's a really exciting one right now.
Well, let's go back to our narrative here. So we talked about this a little bit earlier in terms of engineering culture and leadership culture, right? So what insights are important for building a world-class engineering culture from scratch in a startup?
From scratch in a startup, the number one thing with these things early on is you want people who are owners of the company. So you want to basically get people who are very talented, or other people respect and want to work for, and you actually want a culture where there's people who are really similar to each other in some ways, in the sense that they understand each other, they like spending time together, they have somehow cultural things in common, and you want to get a bunch of those people, and you just get them obsessed, and just like build for a couple of years. And as much as possible, you want only the build side of the company the first few years. The biggest mistake people make is they hire what I call adults early on, and like there's adults that are the best salespeople in the world. There's adults that know how to run different processes of big companies. You don't want those adults around the first few years. You want people who know how to build around the first few years and know how to iterate. And listen, like sometimes the best iterators could be in their 50s or 60s because they're innocent, but they're the kind of innovative mindset where there's not like a right way of doing things. They're just people who explore, who go fast, who try stuff. And so what you want early on is a culture of all builders. And only once you have things start to work, then you bring in the adults who know how to sell, who know how to do DevOps, who know how to do whatever the other types of things that you need to know how to do, who know how to do customer service, etc. If you have those adults too early, they tend to break the build cultures.
And I always think that I like to see a little bit of naive in the culture too, right? The idea that somebody's coming in from the outside and doesn't have a completely shaped perspective yet.
100%. You want outsiders. You don't want a bunch of generals. Like if someone's like, I'm starting a defense company and I have all these 4-star generals running it in its month one, and I said, well, actually, that's a really good way to fail. That's how you're going to have a failed innovative culture, because you have people who have already been there their whole life, who already have all the wrong assumptions about what the world's going to look like in 10 or 20 years from now. Now that said, you might want those generals as advisors, but you don't want them there every day bugging the build innovators. You just don't. You want outsiders. You want people who are innovative.
And actually tying that, we have a question that's related to this. So Stephen Reich has asked, you're trying to meet the right contacts in the DoD for our innovative technology, and we have success with grants from challenges in the Air Force, DHS, and Customs and Border Patrol. We're reactive, but we want to be connected so we can be proactive. Do you believe that lobbyists and defense consultants are critical for startups like ours?
You know what we've always done I've only done this a few times, but what we've done is we try to get some really top people. Ideally, the people we're attracting are already top. Usually there's some billionaires in DC, in Europe, some people who are top generals, whatever they are, and they're impressed by what you're doing, and then they make introductions for you. So I think how you're introduced to people really matters. Being introduced by like a typical lobbyist versus being introduced by George Tenet or by someone who's prominent, it's very different. So the question is, you have to really impress top people, and then you have to really impress top people, and you have to go in that way. I think ultimately you're going to want to use lobbyists, but it's not a good way to start. You have to find some other way to get to the top people to impress them.
So what is your, we talked a little bit about this earlier as well. What's your view on the China situation over the next 2 decades?
You know, how the situation is going to evolve with China in what way? Which part of it?
Just in the terms of the geopolitics and how the startup industry in China is growing, and how will that work in terms of the United States interaction with China?
You know, I would like to say that there could be some really positive ways we could find to make this so there's not a confrontation. It doesn't seem very likely. I think China is basically on a direct collision course, and they will do everything they can to steal everything we're doing and to make sure that they try to get ahead of us. And it's very scary right now because in China, the best and the brightest go into defense. So I map out for a living like where the top technology talent goes. We have one of the top couple of multi-billion-dollar venture funds is what a few of us do out here, and very few of the very top technology talent, technologists have gone into the defense world over the last 20 years. In China, they forced the very top to go into the defense world, and so China has been innovating and gaining on us. And there's a complacency in America. One of the last institutions we respect is defense, and because we respect the institution, I think we're very naive about how much we've fallen behind and how much decay there is. In terms of how we spend money. Most of the money we spend in American defense is a jobs program. It's not an innovation program. And most of it is what we like to call innovation theater. There's lots of innovation theater going on in America. There's lots of jobs programs. There's very little cutting edge defense work going on. And so I'm very, very worried China gets ahead. If they get ahead enough that they're confident that they're ahead, then they start to do things around Taiwan. They start to do things around other parts of the world that are terrifying. And so I think the only way we have peace and the only way we deter China is to completely revamp and take a lot of this money that's going into innovation theater from legacy, frankly, pathetic companies and put it into top talent and startups and actually fix how defense world works. This is the best hope for peace.
Yeah, and the ecosystem works a little differently in China too, right? So they it's a national strategic imperative, and they, as you said, force folks into it.
You are now going into the defense world, yes.
Yeah, and whereas in the United States we have freedom, and we have to.
And I definitely support that freedom, and people have a freedom to have the opinions they want. I happen to disagree with these people these companies that don't want to work in defense. I think it's a huge mistake for the world.
So it's an additional challenge for us to convince folks. It's the strategic imperative for us. Is to
hopefully we can inspire them. Hopefully we can have leadership that's able to inspire people. I mean, part of America inspiring the best and brightest is to have leadership that inspires the best and brightest. That's all of our jobs to fix that, to get that in the right shape.
So going forward with the China question, another follow on there. What are your insights on that seemingly inherent tension between data privacy and data science, right? So China is aggregating large amounts of data and doing what they do with that.
Yeah, no, we need to be. I mean, I'm a civil libertarian, and I don't like the fact that if someone can access our systems, they can track us. One of the most ironic things about Palantir is people like, oh, you built a giant data tracking company. And if you actually look at Palantir, like we were the first to hire civil libertarians in like the 2000s, and to map out what we did is we created a giant privacy engine, and we created a system where you can always watch the watchers. You could be exactly sure how people are using data. So ironically, after creating like the world's most advanced privacy engine that lets us do all these things legally, because it's then being used by government, you're accused of being on the opposite side of the issue, which is kind of silly. So what I would say, however, is we are way too obsessed with bad privacy regulations. So healthcare is an analogous example. Like there's lots of people dying of cancer today who should not be dying of cancer because we're not able to get all the data in one place and say, okay, if you have this type of cancer, here's this, you have this type of response that works. Because of really dumb HIPAA legislation, it's basically impossible to do the aggregate data analysis. And so you literally have people dying today. So you go ahead and preach to me all you want about the dangers of these systems. You are killing people because we cannot get the freaking data to do it. And I think that's a much bigger issue than terrorism for America. I think terrorism is an issue too. I think people dying of cancer is a bigger issue. So obviously you want to be able to get the data together. You want to have really clear rules about how it's used, but you want to be able to get it all together. And so to me, the fact that we're prevented from even aggregating it is absolutely ridiculous. And it's due to just incompetence and bad laws.
And what advice do you have to any startup that's trying to work through it? Because you mentioned HIPAA and there's a GDPR. There's all these different regulations
You got to be aggressive, and you got to create incentives. The hardest thing for startups is not what you would do if you could get all the data together. Like any one of us could figure out, we could sit down in a room with 3 bright people, and we could build the system that would get all the data and it would tell us which cancer treatments to work and how to iterate over time if we had all the data in one place, right? So that the problem is not hard if the data is there. The problem is how do you create the incentives to get the data there? So Palantir, this is actually a pretty good insight on Palantir and how it was designed. Everyone in the government always fantasizes about a hub and spoke. So every new government department, whether it's a central intelligence agency, whether it's director of national intelligence, whether it's a national counterterrorism center, they all imagine themselves as creating this new hub that everything's going to work with. And that's a fantasy, right? You're never going to have a hub and spoke. You're always going to have a distributed system where there's competing actors, where they each have their own hubs of influence, they each have their own data, and they have connections between them. So when we designed Palantir, we said, okay, we're not, obviously we'd love to have a hub and spoke model. It's never going to be that way. And so we're going to have different installations, different parts of the FBI, different parts of the CIA, different parts of MI5 and MI6 in Britain, different parts of the National Counterterrorism Center, different parts of the DIA, and you know you're going to be installing these all separately. However, you're going to design it so you can flip a switch and you can have the ontologies be normalized to talk to each other. And so Palantir was designed out of the box, assuming it would be deployed distributed systems, and then would be able to, we call them next side, they'd be able to turn on and talk to each other. And so that was kind of the elegant thing we did there, is we created the incentives to make it very easy for one group to talk to another group with specific rules. And then at some point they all got turned on. So now you have 35 countries and they're all sharing data based on each of their own separate rules with each other. And so I think when you design these things, you have to be realistic out of the box and realize you're dealing in a distributed world, and then enable them to be more centralized in how they work and enable the incentives to be there. So it's very easy for each little piece of the path to work until you get to the end path you're going for.
We have a couple more questions from the audience here. Paul Millar is asking, what type of challenges do you see with the scalability of the business segment of defense?
You know, defense is a really big area. If you solve an important problem, you're gonna be able to make a lot of money. So I think defense is a thing. It's very, very scalable. I'm not sure exactly what the question is getting at, but it's a big TAM, and you know, if you build a good company, you can build a large company there.
Yeah, and you know, in a lot of ways, you can take a few more risks, a little bit more risk in the defense sector, right? If you access funding from the right customers, they might support you through a especially risky part of your business development plan. So there's an opportunity there as well. Paul Norwood has another question. The DoD and other national security organizations have innovation units and are expanding downward from the operational to tactical level. Any advice on working with these organizations? How can they improve adoption?
That's a great question. You know, I'll be honest. I've gotten back into this business in the last 3 or 4 years, and so I have worked with some of these groups, but I have people who work for me and with me who probably know in a lot more detail. My main advice is that the way you get to break in and get people working with you is you're solving a problem that is a problem today, where there's either lives on the line or some really hard thing they're working on. These tactical groups for me are oftentimes the very best groups to work with because they actually have something they need solved today. And in my experience, it doesn't really matter what you charge them. You need to get in the door. You just need to solve their problems, impress them, and build relationships. And then oftentimes they've been very helpful at then kind of helping us win bigger contracts later on. So as much as it's just like any other corporation where there's good people, you find good people, you solve their problems, and then they'll help you kind of get into larger work.
Another question from JD Stanley. What is your view on blending defense coders doing their own AI ML code versus commercial coding? Ideas on how to best ensure national security blending in a co-coding model of defense and startups?
You know, I tend to think that the most advanced AI and ML is going on outside of the defense world at this point anyway. Other than maybe some very specific cyber things happening at the NSA, in general, I'm not too worried about that, just because if China wanted to spy and like get the very best AI, for example, to use in their defense, they probably wouldn't be spying on Langley or NDC. They'd probably be spying on like Google or Facebook or one of these other places, right? So in general, I think it's, you know, I don't think it's as big of a risk, especially the way things work right now.
You know, another important player in the AI space is academia. So do you have any insights on how a startup might partner not only with but academia as well?
Of course, and I was chatting last year with the Dean of Engineering at Stanford, and she's a very bright woman who's also very concerned about what's going on with China, but doesn't really have any answers to it, because everything they make, the whole culture there is their currency of the realm is publishing papers and publishing what they're doing. And so, but what you actually see, China's been winning most of the AI contests lately, but what they do is they take the papers that are most advanced, published in the West, and then they tweak them really well, and they iterate on them really well, and then they'll take solutions they didn't come up with, but then they worked on really hard with a bunch of smart people, and then they'll usually kind of win these competitions. But yeah, obviously, if you want to be in the advanced part of the AI world, whether you're China or whether you're someone in America, you should be following the best people out of the top 10 or 15 schools here. That's where a lot of it's happening.
Chris Leonard has another question. I think it's his first question. What if we are a small startup? If we are a small startup, very much in the build only, no adults stage, how do we best find folks willing to start exploring the application of our technology to defense-related challenges?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't. Yeah, first of all, you should either be building for defense or not. I don't think it's possible when you're in that early innovation stage to just be like kind of building something that maybe is useful for defense, maybe it's useful for something else. That's very much how things tended to work. If you look at like the MIT ecosystem's really gone downhill versus Silicon Valley, it's like 100x or something in the last 15 years. And the reason it's such a big disparity is that you see a lot of the culture around the Boston ecosystem. I mean, there's exceptions obviously, but a lot of the culture is, here's a really cool breakthrough, a really cool technology is like a special magical box that does X, Y, and Z, and we're going to explore what businesses we're going to build around it. And that's like one approach to building a business. And then the other approach to building a business, which I associate more with Silicon Valley, is this is a really big problem in the world. This process needs to be fixed. We're going to build technology to solve this problem and solve this process, right? So it's two different approaches. If your approach is we have a really cool technology and we're going to figure out if we can apply it or not, I think that's just not even a good way to build a business. You need to stop right now and you just say, okay, here's the problem all of us are going to try to solve, and it's a very specific problem, and we're going to work to fix that process, and then we're going to build technology around fixing that process and around getting people who own that process to notice us and work with us and kind of hack our way into it by providing value to them. That's the Silicon Valley way to build things, and that's the only way I've seen that really, really works. So you get just choose one thing you're working on and really, really drive towards it. And if you're doing that, then you're going to be able to build all sorts of things around it for them. And you're going to be able to understand what they're doing, and you're just going to have to just keep talking and iterating, getting feedback until you've solved that problem for them.
Have you seen, within your venture capital business, any opportunities where one startup is working in the commercial space, another is working in the military space, and they can actually work together? I mean, so partnering startups together through venture capital?
It's really, really hard for startups to partner effectively with other startups. I've not seen that work historically. I think a startup, if it works really hard and it's really specific, there could be a way it could partner with a much larger company. And so sometimes you'll have a partnership where a startup plus a big company, if the big company again comes to it with the right mindset and the right incentives and has a reason why to treat you like your senior, that could work. I think it's just generally a mistake for two startups to partner. I think it just almost never works. And if it's such a good idea, they should just merge and be the same company. That's what I would say.
So, Paul Norwood, how can larger companies make working with them a better experience for startups? What's the pain point that needs removal?
For the big companies?
For the big companies, yeah. If a startup wants to work with a big company, what's the number one challenge for them in doing so?
That's a great question. So I think big companies, first of all, should only work with startups when the startup's doing something they're convinced they can't do themselves. If they think they can do it themselves anyway, this is just going to end in disaster because they're not going to really value it very highly. So it has to be something that's like actually important and valuable to the big company, and they're actually convinced they can't do it themselves. And then at that point, if it's that worth it, then you need like a new group to work with them. And I think this actually gets back to the question in general of how big companies can do important new things. Like one of the rules Steve Jobs had is that if you're going to create something new, you isolate it from most of your company, and you only have like maybe one or two at most touch points to the whole company. So what happens if you have a new thing and you have like 10 executives or 15 people who are all kind of interacting with it? They're almost always going to break it. The analogy he used is like if you have like 15 people try to design a horse, you're always going to get a camel. And so basically you have to be able to protect it from your executives You have to be able to have a mandate from one or two very senior decision makers who are interacting with it. And you basically need to define the interface, define the goals, and just be really clear up front about what the goals are, what's each side's incentive, and how's it going to work. And it's but what I've always seen with new things big companies do is it just gets to be a mess because everyone has their hand in it, and the more it succeeds, the more everyone else wants to have an opinion on it, wants to be threatened by it, wants to mess it around. So as much as you can have a very strong leader who owns the decision-making process and who protects it and defines the interface very well, the more likely it's going to work. Is my experience.
So we have another question here. So I think this is going back to the values part of doing defense startups. What values are the most important in starting a defense startup? What would you prioritize as the most important value for any founder?
Well, I mean, I think in general, for building a top technology culture, is you want to have a technology culture that's run by technologists, that's attracting the very best technologists, where the talent are owners, and where they're passionate about the mission. So if you have top technologists who are owners and are passionate about the mission, then there's lots of other things that kind of work out from there. If you don't have that as a starting point, if you don't have the majority of your company owned by the build side, if you're not doing whatever you can to attract and build a very top technology culture, and you don't have a mission-driven culture where these people really care about the mission, then it's going to be pretty tough.
So let's talk a little bit about access to data, because if you're really trying to experiment with mission data or innovate new approaches in data science or AI for applied to mission data, getting access to that mission data can be a challenge. So what's a good strategy? What are some good strategies that your startups have employed in the past to break through those restrictions so that you can actually innovate and experiment on these algorithms, on these techniques?
I think for a lot of the things that we're working on right now, we just started by creating our own data and then getting feedback from people and iterating on it. And then, eventually, I think you break in eventually when you get pilots and when you really impress people with what you're doing. But at least for all the things I've worked on, I've been able to create data and just create maps of it and then ask people, and they can say, oh, that's really clever, that's really cool what you're doing, but our data would have this, this, and this. And then you kind of can iterate and you kind of can learn. And I agree it's not perfect, but it's like for any type of AI challenge with a drone or with anything else, and you create the data yourself, right? And so now that said, there are certain types of data. I know Palantir's worked on there was an AI thing they were working on where they were looking at the defense ground control force mapping of our more near adversaries as opposed to asymmetric adversaries. And so you try to map out their forces and you try to do pattern matching and predict things. And that's really hard data to get otherwise. And so I guess I would argue there's a certain set of challenges you're probably not going to be able to work on as a startup as easily without having really the right relationships. And that's just the way it is. I do think it'd be nice if the Army, if the DoD figured out more ways of opening that up to people. I'm not an expert on what they're opening up and not to startups there, but I think it's a good question for us to be working on.
Yeah. And so what factors are important for incubation? Companies that at that incubation stage, both in terms of funding and also access to data?
Sure. Well, I think incubation in general, I generally think it's not a good idea to try to start a lot of things at once. A lot of people who want to get involved in entrepreneurship like incubation because it's kind of like the safer way of doing things rather than having courage in building this company. You can build lots of companies and that way it's safer. I think in general you want to do one of these at a time, at least where you're starting, and don't try to start multiple at once. Because I think word incubation always triggers me in that regard. I also think it's just really important to have, when you're building these things, you want like really good full-time leaders. If you have, like, one of my rules is I'm only responsible for the failure of one thing at a time. Like, I can't be a leader of lots of things I'm building. You need people who are full-time founders who own a big piece of it, who are running it, and they're the ones responsible. They're waking up, going to sleep, thinking about it. So I think the rule for incubation is make sure it's like there are lots of really good full-time people just focus on this. Instead of doing three things, do your best idea. Just incubate one, and then it goes back to the other stuff we were talking about with tech cultures and mission.
In the DC area, there's a lot of defense startups, of course, and proximity is a big benefit, right? The fact that you're just close to all of these different agencies, the customer, the center of funding, but also the folks that start these companies oftentimes have past experience in defense work or within the community here. How how important is that for somebody? How much of a benefit is that really in terms of an advantage versus somebody that might be in a, that doesn't have that kind of background and has a defense idea and wants to push it forward?
There's certain ideas that are only going to be had most likely by people who are experiencing this, right? So you're going to have certain ideas only had by people who know what's going on. Obviously, my colleagues and I did not really have any background in the intelligence world when starting Palantir, and so I think if you come at it with maybe a little bit of overconfidence, but you're willing to iterate and learn, I think the outsider mentality is how you're going to get the really big companies built. So I wouldn't be surprised that the biggest companies are built by outsiders, but then more companies, including a lot of small, useful things, are built by insiders. That would be the framework I would think about.
And if somebody has an idea, a great idea for the defense solution, what's your advice for them to get?
Well, just talk to as many people as possible. This is always the mistake you'll make with new ideas. You should imagine there's hundreds of millions of people in the world. There's millions of people thinking about ideas for different things. Imagine there's like 5 other people who came up with your idea. And so of the 5 of you, one of you goes and talks to 100 people and gets feedback and learns, iterates, and the other 4 are really careful and make sure no one steals their idea. Like, which of the 5 do you think is going to be more successful, right? It's pretty obvious, right? So I think there's this instinct to protect and not let the idea get stolen and to be really careful about it. And I just, people are really busy. They're not all out to steal your idea. You probably, if you go talk to lots of people and then because at the end of the day, execution is what's really valuable anyway. And your idea is going to get a lot better having talked to a lot of people, having gotten feedback on it. And you'll probably end up finding and inspiring people to work with you on it too, who are going to make it more likely to work. So the key thing is just like, even if you're an outsider, you've got to spend tons of time talking to people and learning. Otherwise, you're not going to make it work.
What's your perspective on folks that are, that have a current job, that they're currently employed and have an idea that they're passionate about and want to potentially do something in a startup part-time? How has that, what insights do you have from any experience in that area?
It's really hard to do these things part-time. They really are full-time jobs. I think while you're employed, you can go talk to people and get feedback, and you could go try to meet people who run funds, meet people who run these companies, get their advice. I think it's totally fine to spend time getting their advice and learning. You have to get to a decision point where you just have to jump in or not. And it's one of those things. It's hard, but I don't think these things can be done well part-time.
We have a question from the audience. So in scanning the market of startups and considering passion for defense, where is the biggest gap in technology you've seen in the last 6 months? Whether it's not hitting the mark or the tech is not mature enough?
One of the frames I'm thinking of right now, we do this a lot in other industries, is the open platform versus closed platform frame. So if you open things up in the right way, there's lots of competition and they iterate and they get better. And so if the first banks to open in certain areas, suddenly people all build on top of them, and they can build on top of them much better solutions than any one bank could have built itself. And there's always versions of that. In the defense world, this applies, as far as I'm concerned, to quite a few areas. I'll give you one area right now I'm exploring myself, would love people to help, is we're trying to map out a lot of top robotics talent. I tend to think that we can make a game where, I don't know if you ever read Ender's Game, where like they compete in the Orson Scott Card thing. But I think we can create a game. You get a bunch of land. You create, you have to be specific. Here's the rules for how the robots work. Here's the rules for what people can do. And here's the rules for the interface for people, who are online. So you'd have like 3 parts: the interface online, the people on the ground, the robots on the ground, and people designing strategies for each. And they'd have these little, fake robot wars, basically, be a competition. And there'd be different ways they'd fight each other with lasers, obviously not killing anybody, but just for practice. And I bet you, if you open that up in the right way and you brought in a lot of young talent and other talent to try things you get way better interfaces in the background. You get way better ways people can work with robots in a battle situation. I'm convinced it'd get way ahead of anything that DoD is doing right now if you opened it up. So that could be a really fun thing to open up in the right way. So I think because it could be a consumer company and a DoD company. So there's an interesting question of like what are the types of examples where you can open up platforms and you can let innovation accelerate way beyond what we have right now. And so that's one thing I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah, and the other aspect of that is also opportunity to censor up the environment and observe real people make real decisions under real game theoretic situations.
Exactly.
And then to learn from that.
Plus, it'd be a fun game to
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a the concept of a data platform. Just being able to gather that data and enabling rapid experimentation on different aspects of it that's a great concept. So we're down to the last 2 minutes. Are there any final questions for our esteemed colleague here? Tony White has one question. How are foreign countries like the UK seen in terms of leading tech and innovation? Do you see UK startups making a difference?
So London is a very exciting ecosystem. I'm very bullish on the UK right now. We've seen a lot of things both in the bio world and as well as obviously DeepMind and others coming out of the UK. So you got some real top talent there. I personally haven't seen a lot of defense companies there. I've heard of a few, but I'm unfortunately right now I'm not able to travel over there. I was planning on doing a lot more there this year. I'm very bullish on the UK. I would expect to see some stuff coming out of Cambridge and London that's quite strong here. So I'm excited to do more there for sure.
Well, that's the last question. Thank you. So Joe, thanks for your time today.
Thanks so much.
Very insightful conversation. Looking forward to the rest of the conference. This is an unprecedented thing, a virtual conference, but it's going really well. So thanks for your time.
Awesome. Good luck. Take care.
All right. Well, thank you. Joe, please just send me a calendar invite. I'm pretty good with lasers. So for the rest of us, though, it's almost lunchtime. But quickly, we have a message from Josh Baer, and then we will go to our networking sessions. If you're on the interactive platform, hop in. Now, real quick, we'll hear from CEO and founder of Capital Factory. Josh?
My name's Josh Baer, the founder and CEO of Capital Factory. I'm heading over to the networking section. Come talk to me and other attendees there.
Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Whatever your beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is na-na-na. Promise to say oh na-na-na. We have a man is oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, nah, nah, nah. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever never enough. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an opportunity to make some connections, follow those up on LinkedIn. If you were just having lunch, I hope it was delicious. I want to welcome you all to this second half today. We had a talent and human capital panel on operational data science. And Megan Metzger, the CEO of Decode, will be moderating. Can we bring Megan on? Hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
Great. Oh, I love that sign.
Oh, yes, yes. Or which way am I going?
Don't throw up, it's a trap. All right. Well, the mic is all yours.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us today. As you mentioned, my name is Megan Metzger. I am the CEO of Decode. And just quick background on Decode, we are an organization that connects emerging tech and the government market in order to really drive commercial innovation into the government. And data science and human capital is something that is very near and dear to our hearts. We run accelerator programs for technology companies looking to understand how to be successful in this market. We run training programs for the government to understand how to evolve culture, navigate their own bureaucracy, and accelerate the adoption of technology. And of course, we run programs for our partners such as Deloitte, who want to work very closely with those organizations. But enough about me. Let's bring on our fantastic lineup for today's panel. First, I would like to introduce to you Major Vito Errico. He's from Army Futures Command. So Eric, come on in. All right, Eric, why don't you give us a 2-second introduction on yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Vito Errico. I am an Army officer assigned to Futures Command here in Austin, Texas. And I am a special advisor to the Commanding General, General Mike Murray, on all matters relating to private industry, technology, and policy. So it's a pleasure to be here today. Thanks, Megan.
Fantastic. Looking forward to the conversation. All right, next, let's bring on Colonel Matt Benini, one of the chief data scientists. All right, welcome, Matt. And why don't you give us a quick introduction on yourself as well?
Sure thing. So I'm the chief data scientist for JSLOC's global analytics platform. So we're charged with making our command's data accessible, useful, and insightful. We do that along 3 customer-facing product lines: intelligence-focused applications, operations-focused applications, and then analytics. So the directorate that leads that analytics is called Scope. I'm the director of that as well.
All right, fantastic. And next, let's have Colonel Michael Artelli join us.
Hello, thank you. I didn't get the announcement of the COVID civilian clothes for the military. Sorry. I am the Air Force Chief Analyst and, more importantly, the Career Field Manager for the Ops Research and Data Scientists in the Air Force. So I am in charge of the analysts in the Air Force, making sure that we have the talent for them, the training for them, and the opportunities. We just created the career field of the 15 Alpha for the Air Force, and I'll be talking about that today.
All right, I can't wait to hear more about that. And last but definitely not least, let's bring in Jim Robesco.
Hi, thanks. I'm Jim Robesco, the CEO and one of the co-founders of AFWERX. We're a data science company based here in Austin, Texas, and we're focused on the delivery of operational analytic applications to our partners in the defense and intelligence communities. And we do this kind of through a joint platform and people business model.
All right, well, we've got a lot of ground to cover today, but maybe just to start, I'd love to first just lay that foundation and really talk about what do you mean when we are talking about operational data science. And Jim, I'll start with you to kind of provide us with that definition that we can jump off from.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you caught Frank Strickland doing the intro to this whole track, I think he actually laid it out very well. But I'll kind of rehash that if you didn't catch that. I mean, fundamentally, what we're interested in here is solving problems that matter. As Matt said in his intro, you know, our focus is that ultimately we're trying to make data useful to the consumers of that data. This implies that this is a very kind of customer or problem-centric focus rather than methods. So in the kind of organizational entities that you see doing operational data science, you're going to see people kind of self-organized by mission area rather than by functional area. I serve customer XYZ rather than I am a computer vision expert. In addition to that kind of core function of data science, I think operational data science really mandates two additional things. The first is that mission or domain knowledge, and the second is the ability to develop and deploy. Since ultimately, the kind of the scoreboard in operational data science is less focused, I should say, on am I presenting a paper at ICML? If you're here in this panel, you're missing ICML. It's going on right now, so presumably you made a choice there. And you're a little bit more focused on, is this an application in use by a customer today when I deliver it? So it's end state focused, and ultimately there's that demand for people from all three kind of domain areas, the mathematical, the software developer, and the mission or domain focus to kind of move to the middle. And that's what operational data science is to me.
Yeah, that's great. I really love the mission-oriented aspect of that. And I'll kick the next question over maybe to Vito there. But why is this so important to have that operational mindset when it comes to data science and what we can do with it inside the DoD?
Oh, thanks, Megan. I actually think it's important for probably any bureaucracy, really, whether that be a public institution or a private company, because so often as some of those entities get larger and larger, there's this natural inclination to place a value on procedure over results. And by operationalizing data science in the way that Jim and Matt have just sort of insinuated, it helps make sure that we don't get too involved in the science of it, and we make sure that we're actually doing it in a way that benefits end users. Now, obviously, for our purposes here at Futures Command, our end users are soldiers, and for the panelists, largely it's about service members. And so that helps us sort of everybody in large organizations sort of stay on the same page with regard to what we're actually trying to accomplish.
Yeah, you said procedure versus results, and maybe that's something we can pick at, because we know in the DoD and in the structures that we have, that's what we're really good at, procedures and following procedures. And so since this is a topic of human capital, what do we need to do to start focusing on the results instead of what we're really good at, which is focusing on the procedures? And maybe we'll start with Michael.
Wow, so thank you. The results, it's very important to make sure that we have the proper force trained. It's also very important that they are working with at the proper level, so that they're working with those decision makers directly, understanding what their problems are, so that they can actually truly answer what the next step is. When it comes to the training side, we as an Air Force have changed a lot recently. As many of you have probably seen, there's now a new data science program that's being offered by the Air Force Academy. And that's going to start getting from the very nascent, bringing in second lieutenants, that they're going to be aware of what those tools are and what the focus needs to be. Air Force Institute of Technology also offers data analytics certificates and data science certificates, and we're working on a master's and PhD for them as well, which is great. And the benefit from our career field is they will go immediately to AFWERX to get a master's degree when they enter. So they are always ahead of the technology point and actually have a good mindset of what they do as a person in uniform to directly hit those decision makers.
Sure, and maybe we can even back up a little bit, because there's a lot to unpack when it comes to the human capital side of this. But you mentioned the technology. So, at the very core of it, obviously, technology itself is not innovative. It's what we do with it that will lead to innovative results. But if we don't have the tech, we also can't move forward. So, I know there's data science platforms out there like a Data Robot or a Domino Data Lab, which have actually gone through the Decode Accelerator. Where do you think we start? Do we start with the tech and build talent around the tech? Or do we start with the talent and then find the right tech? And let's see, who am I going to pick on now? Maybe we'll go over to Matt.
I would say you start with the talent, and then it makes utilization of the tech much more feasible. So I think I've observed a bias in our formations to talk about operational data science like it's something we can go procure. So if we have the right person or the right tool, poof, we'll have AI and ML. And we think that's patently false. So in the special operations community, we've really attacked this more like a readiness problem or a training problem. So we think data exploitation is a critical capability that's relevant on today's battlefield and the battlefield to come. and our formations need to learn how to employ a new type of technical expertise to make that a capability in the battlefield. So we use 4 premises to kind of get ourselves out of aspirational PowerPoint and into making mistakes in public. So first, data science is an inherently interdisciplinary endeavor. I know Frank spoke to that in the introduction, but how that applies within our military formations is I've been fortunate enough to work for and around some very forward-thinking 04, 05 intelligence professionals that helped force technologists alongside our best analysts. Second, mastery requires both repetition and progression. So every time we put a product in front of an analyst and get feedback, we call that a repetition. And over time, what we've seen is our organization is growing its technical competence and our ability to employ more rigorous methods to inform ops. Then next, talent generates tempo, but tempo also attracts talent. So if we put data talent next to real analysts with real problems and real deadlines, then results just happen. However, the quicker we can get that cycle of product and feedback working, that's when we really start to grow, and it actually attracts top-level talent. And then finally, we relentlessly fight friction. So obviously you need access to mission and talent for operational data science, but then technologically access to usable data, open source tools, and tradecraft. So that's where I think the startup community can really help us, how we can do those things to get the iterative cycle moving faster so we learn as an organization. I think as we get more proficient, our ability to be on the receiving end of the procurement pipeline actually goes up.
So Jim, I want to get your perspective on what he just talked about. I mean, obviously you're working closely and your day-to-day life is working with data science tools and great technologies. How do you view the tech stack that we have versus the talent, and kind of some commentary on what was just discussed?
Yeah, so I think Matt put it, very, very well, right? The problem set is there, and frankly, I also think actually in a lot of ways the tech stack is there. The Air Force is, I think, probably of all the branches of service out in front in terms of making kind of best-in-class commercial tooling available to a wide range of users. Obviously, the JAIC has taken it as part of their mission set through the JCF to democratize the ability of people within the DoD enterprise to kind of hack and develop tools. And that ultimately is, I think, going to bring, the repetition against problem sets, right? So, again, as an applied art, the most critical thing that we can do in operational data science is put real technologists with real tools next to real problems. If those 3 things are in proximity, you're going to get something valuable out of it. Sitting in a lab, sitting, back somewhere else and kind of coming up with a solution and then going in search for a problem is a recipe for failure. And I don't think that's a very controversial opinion, but kind of when the rubber hits the road, that's when you kind of start to see people slip a little bit and be like, well, maybe it'd be a little easier if we could do it this way and not that way. And that's the kind of internal discipline that we need to maintain to really kind of repeat and deliver value consistently.
Yeah, when I listen to everyone speaking here, it makes me think a lot about leadership. And so we've had, I would say we've trained close to 400 DoD leaders on adopting emerging technologies, but really also transforming culture. And the thing that we constantly hear from the leaders at the top is, they came up in an organization where tech wasn't changing so rapidly, and now they're running these highly technical programs. What does our leadership need to do so they know what questions to ask and how to lead these more data-driven organizations? And Vito, I'll kick that over to you.
No, thanks, Megan, for that question. That's absolutely near and dear to General Murray's heart at Futures Command. It's a lot of the reason why Futures Command was created in the first place. I think let's break that down. There's a lot of different pieces of advice I would give to senior leaders as they lead increasingly technical formations. The first thing is open-mindedness, because as you just opened with that premise, some of them came up in circumstances where it wasn't a very technical sort of upbringing, and they just need to be open-minded about the fact that the world is a little bit different and technology is quite different, and they need to emphasize the ubiquity of the technology across the formation. It's not just the fact that these are the data nerds in one corner and you leave them over there and they'll find a way to help you if you call their help desk. It needs to permeate the entire organization, which brings us to the second point, which is it's about culture change. I mean, we've, during the course of some of our research over the last year, you just run into notable tech company after notable tech company that will tell you that even for them, it is about culture change, let alone DoD or the rest of the federal government. I think, federal or DoD senior leaders should leverage the fact that they're not beholden to quarterly shareholders. They can take a little bit more risk with some of their investments, and it buys them a little bit more runway than some entrepreneurs or some publicly traded companies. And then finally, I think, we'd be remiss to say that from the DoD perspective, if you do this without close partnership with academia and industry, you're probably going to do it wrong. There definitely needs to be that cross-fertilization of ideals. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I think that's great. And Matt, as a chief data scientist, you're experiencing firsthand how to integrate with more mission-oriented folks. What has worked to help integrate these functions together, like Vito talked about, and what has not worked well? What can we learn from?
So I think what has consistently worked is so I'm an Army FA-49 Operations Research Officer. So we've used FA-49s alongside some of Jim's talent, which is industry scale data scientist, and then we bring in an intelligence expert. So they are forced to work together. And what we find is that the technical military talent can work the interface between the customer and the team and can kind of translate between the two disciplines. So we've seen that combination, which is why we call this inherently an interdisciplinary endeavor. What I've seen not work is when you don't have that buy-in from your customer's leadership. So if they think you can just contract out a couple of experts and the problem's going to solve itself, that's really a naive approach. It's an organizational commitment.
But I'm going to stick on that thread with you there. We are sitting in a world where we're competing for talent. And so we've talked about attracting talent with real mission problems. We have external folks like Jim, like Deloitte, who's sponsoring this panel as well. But how do you balance what should you send external and what do we need to build in-house as a capability? So I look for tools that are providing value in industry broadly in the data science community now. So what I'm trying to fight is the friction that I mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. Because if we have a compelling mission set, so we have found talent that's willing to operate at a much lower cost to have, because they're problem junkies. Right. So things that make query more responsive, data more accessible, ETL pipelines more robust, we're highly interested in, because right now the use cases are not well defined. But where we have an environment where we can iterate with the customer, and the customer, the intelligence professional, starts to learn how they can employ us, now we're moving towards software requirements that we can send out to the best in the world to give us something better than we can imagine at this point. Does that answer the question? Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm going to kick it over to Michael here, because I think we're all spot on. There are tons of very talented data scientists out there, or even data analysts that are looking for really fantastic problems. I always lovingly like to say they're tired of working on something like a Snapchat, right? But I don't think attracting the talent's the hard part. It's keeping the talent is where the rubber really meets the road, and something that I know we struggle with. So Michael, what is the talent, what talent are we most in need of, and how do we keep those professionals, train those professionals, or maybe build some up from the ground if we can't actually retain ones from the outside?
Absolutely, Megan. That the retention is absolutely the killer for both the military and the government civilians, which is why we tend to hire out. On the military, it's a little easier, right? We can keep them in by retention bonuses, and we can keep them in by active duty service commitments. The one thing that the Air Force is very popular or fond of is we're going to educate you and then make you stay longer because we gave you a master's or a PhD. So that works, as well as on our side, we are, apart from the pilots and the special operators, the ops research analysts and the data scientists are the only other career fields that get bonuses. So we're keeping them in that way. But money is not why they entered the Air Force, and we realize that. So it is, as we've been talking, the problems that they have to have really that juicy, exciting problem that they can get their minds on. On the civilian side, it's an entirely different piece, right? Because we can't hold them in by active duty service commitments. We have to bring them in early. So using the programs like SMART, which is, a great recruiting method of getting people out of college directly in with their skills, because we're bringing them in as an intern and having them pay back and hopefully get the hook into them. But it's hard to keep people. It really is. Upskilling has been the best thing that we can do right now, is taking those people that are already committed to both a civilian lifestyle or a military lifestyle, and we upskill them. We make sure that they have access to the tools and training so we can keep them innovative and keep them interested in the problems that we're working with.
Yeah, and what role does retention play in, the reason that data cleaning and structuring our data is so important?
Massively, right? So you understand your data like anything else, and that's one of the bigger issues when you do bring in that consulting group, is they may be there for 6 months to a year just to understand where the data is coming from. Then they can finally get active into it. So to actually have someone that is understanding what the feeds are, understanding the various interesting nuances with each of the data, keeping them interested and involved is highly important to the retention and the understanding of how you move from being simply diagnostic to being able to be predictive and prescriptive with what you're dealing with.
But it also makes me think, in where we're trying to attract and keep talent, we've seen some classic examples in the private sector where if we don't have diversity in our data cleansing and our data analysis and data science, we end up with, atrocious scenarios of racist chat bots and things like that. And we need that in the military as well. So, how do we also make sure that we have diversity in our data science field in the military?
We're fighting that as every day. And unfortunately, if you look on the panel, we have a bunch of light-skinned white guys. So we're not necessarily hitting that mark perfectly. But I think it happens over time. And we're also very aware of it. One of the great stories that I've grew up with as an ops research analyst was you would have all of the aircraft come back in World War II, and the initial instinct is patch the holes, right? Well, patching the holes doesn't fix the problem, because obviously it was the aircraft that were hit where they they were hit somewhere else if they didn't come back. So you have the survivor bias. And we have to be aware of all of our biases, whether it's a survivor bias or something else. If we're aware of them, I think we can start to make sure that we're looking for them, even though diversity may not be the easy way. Obviously, if we can get a more diverse culture and a more diverse analysts into the field, that is the easy, quick solution. But to maintain them and keep them, it's hard. If anyone else on the panel, if they have a way of making sure that we can keep that diversity, I'd love to hear it.
And Jim, I was actually going to kick it over to you for a kind of a private sector view on exactly this problem we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I'll give, my perspective on the retention thing here on a panel with, 3 uniformed servicemen and myself who's never served. This is what I want to do. It's what I wanted to do my entire life. And when it became time to make that decision, do I do this in government service or do it in the private sector? It was a very hard conversation of, can I do this? Can I, if I'm running a company in the private sector and I need computers, well, I go and buy them, right? If I need to bring on a new data scientist while I post a job offering, and if the right person walks in the door that day, I hire her, you know, and you do this and you have this discussion as, can I do this, you know, in government service? And, you know, very candidly, the answer is no, 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 no. And, you know, so I think the one word answer I would give it as far as retention goes is empowerment. You know, we need to have a hard look at our culture, and we need to have a hard look at understanding, you know, how it is that we can have people feel very empowered. Mission is obviously number one there, but it's not sufficient, right? And if you're saying, hey, you know, the mission requires me to sit down at my computer and hand jam stuff into Excel spreadsheets, you know, most people will say, got it. They'll do it. They'll do it for 6 months. They'll do it for a year. They'll do it for 4 years. But they will have that one eye out the door because they know that they're not self-actualizing to the extent possible. And I think that is kind of the other half of the solution, right? We need to figure out ways of, you know, I use the word democratizing, but really it's empowerment. I think we need to figure out ways for people who are working inside in government service, whether that's civilian or military, to feel like they are actually kind of maxed out in terms of their ability to apply their skill sets to the problem, and that's a challenge.
And I think it's really important, not just for the individuals like leveraging and doing the work, but also for the tech companies that are bringing solutions in, who, you know, have a lot of value that they can bring because they've learned some of the innovation going on in the private sector. You know, how do we also change that culture with the tech companies so that we're getting the best out of the tech, you know, especially for, I know we have a large audience of tech companies and VCs on the line today. And anyone's welcome to jump in on that one.
If I could opine briefly, I'd say one word is listen, right? You know, you've got cool tech, great. There's probably a reason why it hasn't been adopted, and it's not just because nobody knows what it is. It's unlikely, you know, that the specific customer problem you think you're solving is exactly the problem that someone on the inside is facing. So, you know, my short version of advice would be, you know, listen, ask questions. You're going to find a lot of people who are very happy to have those discussions with you. And if you come to it, you know, not with well, what slide in my deck does this align with, and when can I fast forward to that slide to show them that we can do it, but a very honest, candid, hey, I genuinely don't know your problems, and I genuinely don't know if we can help until we walk down this path together. I think you're going to find that second, that third, that fourth conversation are not just easier, but also much more meaningful and impactful.
Absolutely. So I think that's spot on. And, you know, we've talked about recruiting the talent, retaining the talent, and listening and leveraging tools. And Vito, I would love to hear, I know Army Futures leadership has been thinking a lot about this. I think you actually have some pretty big announcement for us today around how you all are thinking about this and what you're going to do about it. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, and appreciate that intro. So for the past year, Futures Command has been thinking about essentially everything that we've danced around during this panel. And you know, we see digital transformation and operationalizing data science as, you know, essentially a critical mass of 4 key issues. And, you know, it's technology, which we kind of talked about at the beginning, is largely the easiest part. Data, talent management, and of course culture. And so, you know, coming on the heels of General Murray's earlier conversation with Andy Jassy of Amazon Web Services this morning, you know, it is my honor to announce during this forum that Army Futures Command is going to be standing up the Army's first soldier-led software factory here in Austin, Texas in the coming year. We are truly excited to be able to be the command that sort of ushers this in on behalf of the rest of the Army. This is by no means something that only Army Futures Command is doing. We're just facilitating this on behalf of the entire regular Army. We've got a couple lines of effort that, of course, you know, we've thought about as we look to bring this plan to fruition. Number one, it's largely about raising the level of digital proficiency across the Army team for both soldiers and civilians. Number two, it's about solving Army problems, existing Army problems, in an agile way. And then, of course, number three, it's about harnessing the innovative spirit of the national and local Austin ecosystem to incorporate that, into some of the Army's decision-making and processes that we kind of alluded to earlier. So thank you for allowing me to make that announcement here during this panel, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really excited to see that we know there's been a lot of success of software factories across the DoD. So really excited to see Army taking this on. We have a mix of, civilian and military and tech and the systems integrators and VCs who are listening to your announcement and probably saying, I can help, I can get involved. What should they do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think depending on who you are, if there's soldiers, service members, or Department of the Army civilians out there who are interested in participating, please contact your local human resource manager, your branch manager, or direct message Army Futures Command on any of our social media outlets. We're on all of them. For the tech companies out there, again, reach out through the AFC Public Affairs Office, and continue to participate in forums and venues like this. I guarantee you can find a bunch of Army Futures Command personnel here, happy to have lengthy conversations about this initiative and others. I should add that this initiative is just part of a suite of workforce development programs that Army Futures Command is ushering in this year.
That's fantastic. And I will give a shameless plug. Decode's running a DevOps accelerator coming up, so fit right in. Look forward to collaborating on it. So now we're going to turn over. We're going to take some questions from the audience here. We have one starting out, kind of going back to some of our previous conversation. Is it possible to take individuals that have entered through something like the SMART program and allow them to work on civilian problems as a means of retention, skill improvement, and readiness? Anyone? Yep, go ahead. Yeah.
Great. So the benefit is I actually do exactly that on the Air Force side. Is we have SMART interns that work in Air Force A9, and we do use them to focus on the talent management, which is wonderful, right? Because there's nothing like analysts looking at analyst problems about analysts. So we can cycle through that, which is fun. We're able to do things such as we take the training reports that everyone gets at their master's degree, and we had someone go through it and look for data keywords to better understand what actually our force can do. Because 10 years ago, they may have done something that was genetic algorithms and may have been neural networks, which today we would call artificial intelligence, right? So we're able to go through those records and find that information. So I think we are kind of leading the way by taking these interns and giving them an opportunity. Now, again, it's a little bit in that human relation side. So they really want to figure out the best new aircraft or next new bomber for the aircraft, for the Air Force or Space Force, but yet we're asking them to look at talent management. So it's not necessarily their first desire, but I think they start to see how we can use the tools and actually how it impacts problems very quickly and makes decisions go faster.
Sure. Vito or Matt, anything to add?
Yeah, so we've started to work with some interns. Actually, COVID has helped quite a bit. It's forced us to start thinking about doing things on the unclass internet. But really, we'd like to move in a way where we could expose what we can of our mission set to interns early, and then identify where we want to invest in starting to work on clearances, very similar to how the intelligence community identifies internships at the junior or senior year to then bring on board as civilians.
Sure. So we're going to keep taking questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, you have a great forum here and a really unique opportunity to ask some amazing folks here. The next question that we have coming in from the audience is really discussing we've always been a believer in the military and training folks in their functional specialties, but this field changes constantly. How are we going to balance making sure we get the training time and keep current when we know that we're also very busy? Matt, I think I saw your hand go up. Yep, go ahead.
I think one of the convenient things about this field is that you don't necessarily have to decouple training from mission. So where we have teams that have folks like from Jim's background rotating through. So I've got some data scientists that 365 days a year, all they think about is special operations. But they work on a computational ecosystem that does not keep pace with industry, right? So when Jim's folks rotate through, the two work together well And it is training for my people to team with them.
Yeah, great. Michael or Vito, I saw some head nods.
Well, I will add to it what the Air Force and Space Force is doing. So we've actually are teaming with industry on this one because it's absolutely impossible for us to keep AFIT and the education side up to date with the training piece. So we're working with Coursera and DataCamp, and are actually going to each individual position and saying, what are those competencies that that position will need? And before someone gets an assignment there, they're now going to have access to a certain badging criteria so they can work through DataCamp or Coursera so that they are prepared before they get there. As we all know, I mean, I got my PhD 13 years ago, and that was in Java and C++, and now everything is on Python. So you got to upskill somehow in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. Vito, how about yourself?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the previous two comments. I guess I would just add that it just takes investment. I agree with Matt that you don't have to decouple the two; they're not mutually exclusive. But again, going back to your earlier question about senior leader involvement, and it just takes senior leaders to underwrite, the ability to put resources towards keeping up with academia and private industry to make sure that we keep reinvesting in this capability.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like to think of it, we have to stay competitive just the same way that the private sector does. It's just we have to stay competitive for different reasons. So Jim, over to you on how does the private sector stay competitive by, what do you do to train individuals and make sure they're on top of the latest with data science?
Yeah, I mean, I look at this very similar to the way Matt does. And it actually, again, in my mind, ties back to the question we talked a little bit earlier about retention, right? If you can offer people a very interesting, technically compelling how and a mission or meaningful why in the work they're doing, great things are going to happen. And so, I think ultimately, from my perspective, in the private sector, that's really the challenge is that if we can craft what we're doing so that we can tell people that, hey, there's a why that we're doing this that matters, and the how that we're going to do it is going to advance your skills in a technical way, then we've checked the boxes that we need to, right? It's it doesn't from my perspective, it doesn't have to be, hey, and I say this as a person who like I think some of the other folks on the panel checked the box for the PhD a long time ago, and then kind of walked away from it a little bit in their personal and professional growth. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I've learned more in doing than I did in learning, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think that the problems that we're facing in this space, in this arena together, are sufficiently challenging and do require enough kind of technical muscle behind it that you can put those pieces together in that kind of on-the-job environment.
All right, I'm going to do a lightning round, so everyone will answer in one sentence. First one, what keeps you up at night when it comes to data science and human capital? Let's go, Vito.
Yep, the ability of the Army to reform its human capital systems to meet the need.
All right, Matt.
How can we get our senior leaders to learn how much we gain by getting a usable, broadly enabled platform?
All right, Michael.
I'll go with the other side of it, and that'll be the tools, making sure people have the access to the tools that they need, so they're not spending time getting the tools when their problem is asked.
Okay, and Jim.
And for completeness, I'll list the last one: access to the right data, making sure that data from all the different collections can come to one place and be analyzed in an actionable time frame.
All right, my next lightning round question. I know these are fun. If there was one piece of advice that you would give a senior leader in the DoD on how to move forward effectively with this, one sentence, what would it be? We'll do the same order.
Yeah, commit to the investment.
I like that one.
Limit work in progress.
Trust your advisors.
There we go. And Jim.
Measure outputs, not inputs.
All right, all really fantastic advice. And I know there was a lot here. We covered a lot of topics that I think we could probably spend over an hour on just in themselves. Any parting words from you all that you want to make sure everyone that's in the audience today really heard and really came through? I know we just had one piece of advice, but one piece of advice for anybody else in the audience that has a role in helping the DoD move forward. All right, Vito, we'll start with you.
Yep. On behalf of Army Futures Command, we're here. Our doors are open. We're very much receptive to forward-thinking concepts. Please engage with us across the board.
All right, go ahead.
Just say, keep chasing it. I've watched the special operations community mature quite a bit over the last year. When I look at the things coming out of Army Futures Command, we're heading in the same direction. So I think the barrier to entry in DoD is going down as we start trying to solve real problems.
And I agree with the last two as well, and simply want to add that it may be a change in perspective, that data scientists may soon become algorithmic warfighters. And as we move forward with that, that's going to be how we will be attacking and approaching problems.
And the last thing I'd add on top of all that is that I think the maturity is there in DoD to see real impact. The problems are there, so just get proximity, get close to the problem set, and I think you'll be empowered to do some stuff.
That's great. What a great way to end that panel. I want to thank each and every one of you for all your fantastic insight. Congratulations again to Army Futures on the announcement of the software factory. That's really exciting. I know how much hard work went into that. So huge congratulations. And thank you again, everybody, and look forward to seeing you all out in the mission and making things happen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Session's about to start. Well, thank you, Megan. What a great panel. And I am excited to learn more about the soldier-led software company Army Futures Command is standing up right here in Austin, Texas. I am following the hashtag Futures Command on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter, and I recommend you do the same so you don't miss it. It is time to meet more people. So if you are on Hop In, hop over, and otherwise we will be back at 1:15 Central Time for the Startup Showcase with Jack Fitzsimmons from Deloitte Catalyst, and we will see you then.
from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to say oh na-na-na. Have all bad days oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. God knows I need you oh na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Ever higher beauty is my gift tonight. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 na. Slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is not na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness oh na-na-na. I'm hard to love oh na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a higher beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. If we're together, don't let them tear us apart. We've gone through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me love me, tell me love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me love me, tell you love me. Forever never enough. So this is my phone, na 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 phone, na 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 phone, na. here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know what's in. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to jump right into the Startup Showcase. Please welcome to the stage Jack Fitzsimmons from Deloitte Catalyst.
Great. Thank you, Julie. Hello. Thank you all for joining today for the Operational Data Science Showcase as we continue Fed Supernova. By way of introductions, my name is Jack Fitzsimmons, and I lead our Deloitte Catalyst team for Deloitte's government and public services industry. In this role, I am responsible for identifying the most pervasive problems facing our government clients, and then leveraging our global Catalyst network of teams from Silicon Valley to Austin to Tel Aviv to identify leading startups that we can work with to accelerate the deployment of solutions to these problems. You know, for many years, the government was a place that startups were unlikely to engage. Acquisition regulations were confusing and outdated, and the sales cycle meant that startups might not be able to afford even working with the government. New acquisition methods like OTAs and SIBRs offer the opportunity to, I think, repair this bridge between government and the startup ecosystem. And this will be especially crucial when looking at the mission and operational challenges across the defense sector. Now, turning to this Operational Data Science Showcase, I am thrilled to have with me 5 startups with capabilities spanning AI, ML, advanced analytics, and robotics. And I want to emphasize Frank Strickland's words at the beginning of this Operational Data Science track. He said that data science is a capability, not a person. I would add to that that data science is also not any one technology, solution, or startup. And during this showcase, I would really encourage you to think about how each of these startups could solve parts of the problems your organizations face as part of a holistic, multidisciplinary solution. So a bit on run of show for this. Each of the 5 startups will pitch for about 6 minutes. And then at the end of the session, we will have some time for audience questions. So please do enter them in the chats throughout the showcase. And with that, I am pleased to introduce our first startup, Amandra. And we have with us Denis Ignatovich, the co-founder of Amandra. And Amandra's groundbreaking AI helps ensure the algorithms we rely on are safe, explainable, and fair. Denis, over to you.
That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Can you see my slides? Is that just okay? Beautiful. So we're Amandra, and we specialize in something called automated reasoning. And automated reasoning is a type of AI that deals with analysis of data and algorithms. And there are many possible use cases for products, which is also called Amandra. But I'll just go through kind of 2 very high-level ideas. So first is something called rule synthesis, and rule synthesis is a type of machine learning that is just becoming widespread. And the reason for that is historically it's been very, very difficult to do. So if you go to top conferences in machine learning right now, you'll hear that phrase. Rule synthesis refers to being able to extract logical patterns from structured sequential data. So one example of this is if you, let's say if you take 2 chess players and they play a bunch of chess games and then you record the moves, and you give that information to Amandra, Amandra will be able to automatically generate the logical rules of chess effectively. And that's what this refers to. Other examples of where this might be used is around making sure that, let's say, robotic process automation is conducted correctly, etc. There are many different examples of this in international markets, and we'll get to that in a second. So that's the first part of our product. The second part is once you have these rules that have been created, what Amandra can do is it can actually explain to them how, let's say, the system or environment can evolve into the future. So here I'm using chess as an example, obviously, but so in this context, what we can do is once you have synthesized, once you have extracted these logical rules that explain the game of chess, what Amandra can do is once you combine that with a specific chess configuration, Amandra can tell you how the chessboard can evolve into the future. Now, chess is an easy example because it's difficult to do for humans, but with a computer program, it's quite easy to do to think about all n steps ahead. What a module specializes in is, given complex environments that can be in infinitely many possible states, a module can actually compress those state spaces and describe to you how these environments can evolve. So an obvious application of this is around that battlefield modeling, where you have to think about how the battlefield may evolve and steps ahead, and really be able to analyze infinitely many possible things that can happen and compress that information to something that an operator can understand and make decisions around. So historically, our work is in the financial markets. So our biggest public client is Goldman Sachs. We have a big exchange that is about to make a big announcement of them using our platform to sign a major partnership with a company called Activity, and they're one of the biggest distributors in the world of finance. When it comes to the U.S. Department of Defense, we've gotten a few signals over the past year with AFWERX, and most recently with the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Navy, we've adapted Monty to analysis of neural network algorithms for collision avoidance systems that are deployed within the drones. And we're working with a couple other opportunities. So we're again, historically been around in finance, but we're now getting up to speed with the Department of Defense. And most recently, we were part of the Decode Spring 2020 AI cohort, and with their help, really kind of elevating our game in this one. So just to give you a bit more technical details on how a module works, as I mentioned before, there are two sides to it. One is rule synthesis, we would like to call it extracting algorithms from data. And the other side, the tool side of that, is we can extract data from algorithms. And in this, as you can see, they're kind of duals of each other. And it's important that we can explain how the system works. At the high level, what a Monty does is it translates computer code into mathematical logic. And once this translation happens, and all this happens under the hood, there are many different cutting-edge techniques that we apply to solve very advanced problems. Again, starting from analysis of financial trading algorithms to analysis of neural networks, things of that nature. One key feature that a module has that we're using all over the place in production right now is financial reasoning composition. This is what I mentioned before. Imagine you have a model of an environment or a system, so whether it's, let's say, a battlefield or a complex autopilot system, effectively something that can be modeled using computer code and it can be in infinitely many possible states. What a module can do is can analyze all these infinitely many possible configurations and describe them to you through a finite number of symbolic regions. And this is something that we are using day-to-day in finance to test trading systems. This is now we're applying for analysis of neural networks, and there are many different applications of this. And this is very much inspired by the PhD thesis of my co-founder, whose background is in analysis, mathematical analysis of autopilot systems, where obviously you have to consider infinitely many possibilities. When it comes to defense markets, as I mentioned before, there's quite a big play for AI for strategic and tactical decision making. This is something that you have probably seen, which is very similar to what U.S. Army soldier goes through when they're analyzing intelligence on the battlefield. Again, we see a lot of parallels between what people do today manually and what a module can do automatically and much more rigorously and faster. I think we're running out of time, but to summarize, there are many different applications of this, and we'd love to speak to you, again, from understanding how complex environments can evolve to testing systems to analysis of machine learning algorithms. And we have a great team and would love to speak to you if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. And reminder, everyone, we'll have plenty of time for questions at the end, so please do put them into the chat. So next up, we have StreamSets, and we have with us Cindy Baptiste and Mike Carley from StreamSets. StreamSets provides the industry's only data ops platform that enables companies to build, execute, operate, and protect the data flows that drive pervasive analytics. It enables enterprises to manage their data movement as a continuous ingestion practice. So Cindy and Mike, over to you.
Hey guys, and you can hear me okay, right?
We can hear you, thanks.
All right, great, cool. So yeah, I just want to talk to you about StreamSets, kind of what we do, how we're helpful, and kind of tell you a little bit of a story about how we've been implemented in the past. So StreamSets, to give you an idea of how we're implemented, just one customer success that we've had is StreamSets is used to run the largest audit in human history. StreamSets runs the data pipelines that are contained within the StreamSets software are used to run the $2.8 trillion audit of the Department of Defense. Every single pipeline from every single source system to the data lake, the data that the auditors have on their clipboards when they show up to the warehouses to count the stuff on the shelves, that's all ferried through the StreamSets platform. To give you an idea about StreamSets as a company, we have about 150 customers. We have about 40% of the global S&P 500 using either the StreamSets platform or our open source products. And we have a really large history of innovation. If you're familiar with Scoop and Flume, the director of engineering that ran that team is actually our chief technology officer. Our CEO was the chief product officer at Informatica, and we have a large history of other leaders inside the company from Elastic and SAP. And we've won a series of very esteemed awards that we're very proud of as well. But to give you an idea of kind of how we implement the largest audit in human history, this is the platform in a nutshell. We have a control layer, and then we have purpose-built data integration engines. Now, Data Collector is our open source tool, and some of you guys may even be familiar with it. Data Collector is really designed for streaming use cases, some batch, some small sorts of transformations. There's a lot of really neat stuff that you can do. You might be familiar with NiFi. You might have worked with it back in the early 2000s too, before it was open source. And this is a different take on a data movement architecture. NiFi is focused on large files, moving them through a cluster. StreamSets is an entirely in-memory architecture that can be deployed on Kubernetes. And because we've operationalized your data movement, you can actually tie the scalable ingestion to the horizontal auto-scaling pod feature within Kubernetes. So that way you can actually tie your ingestion to an SLA. Transformer is our heavy-duty ETL product that uses Spark on the back end. So the nice thing is, if you want to use EMR, you have a homegrown Spark cluster. Maybe use SQL Server big data clusters if you want to. All of that is capable to leverage Transformer to deploy those Spark apps on those clusters. Now, the orchestration layer orchestrates all of those data pipelines across an example architecture that kind of looks like this. So, you may have a series of data stores in Salesforce or Kafka or databases. They need to ingest, maybe you need to do slowly changing dimensions or change data capture. That's where something like Data Collector would come into play. You build in your trickle feeds, land them into your raw zone, and then you're going to use Transformer for heavy duty batch workloads. So maybe you want to do a billion table join with another billion table, and you want to do some ML or some natural language processing along the way. We have pre-made processors, so that way you don't have to go back and get your PhD to learn Spark and distributed systems. So again, stuff that would require a lot of learning, like let's say you want to do type 2 slowly changing dimensions in Spark, that's all pre-made for you. That's all available out of the box. And then what you can do is you can land those into your consumer system. So it's the idea that real estate of the data pipeline itself, the transportation layer, so to speak, of that data movement is actually really valuable. And I have a small demo that I'll show you where we'll do in-stream machine learning on predicting cancer records. Now, this is a quote from the audit of the comptroller that I was telling you about earlier, where people kind of don't know what a data ops engineer is, or they aren't really familiar with what data engineering is. And it's one of those things that you don't realize it until you're actually in it. And so StreamSets actually enables you to do that. And that's a wonderful quote that I think really describes how useful the StreamSets platform is. So to give you an idea of some of the data problems that we solved inside the comptroller's office, you can imagine that it's a change nightmare where data sources are constantly drifting. If you have somewhere on the order of about 3,000 source systems that you need to manage. Traditional tools would simply break because they're too brittle, because they can't handle that type of drift. So that is one of the areas where StreamSets shines, is that when we talk about things that only StreamSets can do, it's really the ability to handle data drift. So because we actually are able to help prove out this audit that's never been done before, the DoD actually has a unique capability now where they're actually tying acquisitions data, financial data, manpower data to battle space awareness, command and control systems, and actual mission outcomes. So that way you can tie a dollar spent on the back end on the healthcare and the wellness of individual soldiers, sailors, and airmen to the actual outcomes on the battlefield themselves. And that's a capability the DoD never had before, and they leveraged StreamSets to actually take advantage of some IT real estate, so to speak, that's gone underutilized in the past. And that's data ops in a nutshell. So to give you an idea, we have a bunch of different use cases. This is a couple of screenshots of what it looks like. And I'll just go ahead and jump into the demo real quick. So I'll go over here. I'll go into my cancer classification demo. So what you can see here is just a quick little pipeline that I put together. I have breast cancer data. It's designed to simulate the pipeline being deployed on a mammogram machine or really any IoT device. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to leverage preview mode and rather fully run the pipeline. And you can see here I have some information. And what I'm using is this pre-made TensorFlow model. And I'm actually going to ask the TensorFlow model on a record-by-record basis to actually classify the data. So you'll see here that I'll either have a 0 or a 1 associated with that particular scan of the cancer record itself. And so what you'll see is based on what's going on inside the cancer record, I'm actually going to stream that to the appropriate topic. So whether it's benign or malignant, you'll be able to see that as part of your in-stream analysis. So what we'll hopefully do with the DoD going forward is you'll see a real-time audit. It won't be a yearly thing. It'll be something happening in real time. So that's how StreamSets is deployed. That's what data ops in motion looks like inside the Department of Defense. And I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. And I think it's something that we can all hope for, that the DoD audit is as easy as you envision there. Next up, so we have Veriset, and we're pleased to welcome Parker Entz, the CEO, and Venu Ganesh, the CTO of Veriset. Veriset is a data as a service company that fuels innovation by providing high quality movement data to problem solvers and data scientists and startups, enterprises, and public service. Veriset, over to you.
Great. Yeah, great to be here. Thank you so much. My name is Parker. I'm the CEO of Veriset, and Venu's here as well. Our CTO, he'll be ready for questions afterward. So just to introduce Veriset, show you how we're a little different than what you've seen today so far. This is a recreation of Paris. And it's not a map, but it's actually the aggregation of billions and billions of GPS location signals that we've plotted on a map. And this is a representation of the kinds of location data that we have available at Veriset. So every day, leaders like yourselves are trying to answer important questions using pattern of life insights. And one source of these insights is location data that comes from smartphones. And with smartphones becoming almost universally adopted across the globe, there's an entire breadcrumb trail or digital exhaust available of how people are moving around that inform a lot of different important and interesting questions. For example, understanding when a smartphone device has visited 2 areas of interest, or identifying suspicious points of interest based on the movement of smartphone devices around that point of interest. As one example, we had a federal law enforcement agency that was able to use the data on 2 sides of a border and identify suspicious activity devices popping up in both of those areas, and we're able to actually identify drug trafficking sites based on the movement of those smartphones. Other use cases include analyzing population movement over time, monitoring protests or other surges of populations or gatherings, and in mapping, finding new roads and places that were not known before. So the only problem with using this kind of location data that's available from smartphones is it is hard, expensive, and messy to acquire. It's scattered across thousands of mobile applications. It costs quite a bit to gather this data. We spend millions and millions of dollars a year acquiring this data set. And because it's such large data, it's billions and billions of rows per day, it's very expensive just on the engineering effort to actually transform and validate and clean the data so that it's ready to go for data scientists. So that's where Veriset comes in. So we're the leading provider of type of data. We're just a data company, so everything that we do is about sourcing this data and delivering it to problem solvers. Our leadership team is former Palantir, Google, Stanford, and a lot of data industry folks. And we actually spun out of another geospatial company called SafeGraph last year. So we are the leading provider to many brands, many of the Fortune 10. A lot of academic researchers rely upon our data, as well as a number of proof of concepts within federal government. So we make it very easy. We go out and find all of the data. We validate and clean it and remove data that has low signal or a lot of errors. And then we deliver that data daily, billions of rows a day, and it's conveniently delivered to an Amazon S3 bucket, ready for analysis, either by your team or by your partner's team. We have two primary products of interest to this group. The first is our USA movement panel. We see over 35 million daily devices and over 167 monthly devices with precise location on those. And then we also have global data. So our global data is everywhere in the world other than the EU and approaches 400 million monthly active users. The data set is typically a unique and anonymized identifier that identifies a single device, and then a latitude and longitude reading, as well as some other metadata about that latitude and longitude. Security and privacy is paramount, so we don't provide personally identifiable information. Everything is de-identified. This data is commercially available and is compliant with other data privacy laws. I'm happy to answer other privacy questions. Just wanted to give you a few examples of some use cases. So this was a large prime that was able to identify unknown roads in Ukraine. And you can see the green lines in the image were known roads. The yellow points are Veriset movement data. And then the red lines are new roads derived from Veriset data. Second example, this is the example I mentioned before, identifying suspicious points of interest by drawing geofences around two areas of interest and analyzing what devices popped up in both. And then we've also been doing quite a bit recently with COVID-19 response. So we've been working with nonprofits, cities, other government agencies to monitor social distancing, build predictive models for where the disease might spread, and also predict economic recovery. And this is an article in the New York Times featuring our data, analyzing which kinds of points of interest were more or less dangerous to visit as far as social distancing efforts. Planning, so infrastructure and transportation. This is a customer to figure out where to charge station based on traffic analysis derived from our data. So I will just make one more comment, and that is if you want to work with the Veriset data, again, we're just a data company. Our product is essentially lots and rows of data. And so you'll either need data science resources in-house or you'll need partners. And we've actually have one proof of concept with Deloitte. They were building their own COVID-19 panel. And so you can see some of that there. They were basically trying to identify underserved areas in the United States where people were having to travel too far into a site. So I'll leave it there and happy to answer questions later. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Parker. So next up, we have Rise. And with us, we have Colby Harvey, the CEO and founder of Rise. And Rise is reimagining aircraft inspections and ensuring safety is at the forefront of every flight. Colby, over to you.
Hi, sure. Thank you for having me on. I'm just getting everything over. I'm sorry, Epic office hours kind of kicked me a little bit. So thank you everyone for being here. Again, my name is Colby Harvey. I'm the CEO and founder of Rise. We focus primarily in the aviation industry. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview about what we do and who we work with. So to get started, I want to give everyone a little bit of a background as to why the Rise came to existence. So just throughout my years of studying aviation, being in the aviation industry, working at several maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities. These are facilities that actually service the aircraft for airlines. I know there's a big problem that was pretty glaring to me, but didn't seem to be glaring for many other people. The first thing that I noticed were the length of the inspection times and how dangerous they are to both the inspector and the aircraft. Next, I noticed the inconsistency in how aircraft or damages are cataloged, and which with the inconsistency in their cataloging, it makes it very difficult to create historical models and then moving forward to predictive models with enough data to only go back maybe since the drone really started, or if we're able to port over any of the information. And last but not least was the amount of revenue, which is in the billions, lost annually for commercial aviation on these aircraft inspections. They take anywhere between 6 to 10 hours to complete, depending on the inspection type and the aircraft size. Also, one of the biggest challenges is how they are inspected right now. So generally, they're inspected by people that are climbing on the sides of the aircraft. They're being tied to the ceiling. They are having scaffolding or skyjacks. And you won't hear this much from the aviation industry because it's as a focus of safety. But inspectors sometimes make mistakes where when they're looking for damage they cause more by running the skyjack into it. So to give you guys a backup of who we are, so RISE is a advanced artificial intelligence robotics company with a pure focus in the aviation space, as this seemed to be the most glaring space and also one that's very close to my heart personally. And we came up and we developed this technology to ensure and to commit to ensuring more safer inspections and much more cost-efficient ones as well. So the solution was pretty simple. We created an autonomous UAV or UAS system to perform a 100% autonomous solution. This solution is done by using segmentations of different maps that we use because we utilize a GPS-denied technology platform that's able to navigate with effectively in restrictive spaces. So being inside of a hangar, as that's where we operate right now. That information that's collected from the drone is then retained and cleaned and through our artificial intelligence pipeline and analyzed with our computer vision engine and sent back to the end user to address any issues that it may have detected. And then we use the stored data for predictive maintenance. A large part of the industry is looking forward to predictive maintenance to bring in aircraft before there's an issue to address the issues that will arise as opposed to playing catch up. So one of the biggest things that sets us apart from our competitors in this specific space is the thing that I mentioned before, which is the GPS-denied navigation. Now, it's a very complex and complicated system that we have running on board the drone. It uses a multi-layered approach of navigating in a three-dimensional space by using the three-dimensional lidar that we utilize on the platform itself to create maps and compare it to maps that have already been created in the environment that it works in. We also have a analysis software that uses that's actually pretty unique in itself and by using federated learning. So every drone that's in the field is consistently updated with the most accurate and most up-to-date computer vision models when it's identifying damages. So the data set is then used to reduce any miscategorizations or misdiagnoses in the aircraft damage. And the platform is ultimately tailorable and specifically tailored for the aviation space. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's uniquely purposed. So we've done several pilots with some leading people in industry, one of which being AAR, which is a very large maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility that is located globally. One of the largest customers to date that we've worked with, that we're currently working in a testing and ultimately a leasing agreement, is Boeing. So they want to utilize the technology and actually press forward and bringing this technology to market into the forefront of the industry. So, so just give everyone a little bit of a use cases as to why this software and this technology is necessary for the industry is lightning strikes. For example, like I said, right here, you see a pilot reports a lightning strike happened during normal flight servicing. These lightning strikes can take anywhere between 6 to 10 hours. This is dependent upon the size of the aircraft. With our analytics platform and the UAS itself, we're able to reduce that inspection time by 90%, being able to identify those damages in about an hour or less and report that information back to either say it needs to be addressed based on historical models that we've used or we've ingested into our platform. And again, if it needs to be addressed or if it's something that is fine and the plane can go back into service, which has a significant cost reduction for the air carrier. Next, it's kind of along the same lines, is the hail damage. So that happens much more often than you think and requires a lot of resources and a lot of work to actually finish it, to identify these damages. With that being said, the software is able to determine the length and width, location, and relative location of the damage on the aircraft using waypoints. And lastly, are just the general typical inspections that take between 400 to 600 hours. That happen after every 400 to 600 hours. Again, so our drone is able to reduce this by about an hour or less, depending on the aircraft type. So with that said, that's about all I have for everyone. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to throw them up. If not, then I will turn them back over.
Thank you, Colby. Appreciate it. And
thank you.
We have Sisu with us. So Grant Shirk is the VP of Marketing at Sisu. Sisu is the fastest and most comprehensive diagnostic platform for structured data. Its diagnostic analytics platform combines ML and powerful statistical analysis to help anyone get answers to their toughest business questions. With that, Grant, please take us home.
Hi, Jack. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's get the screen up here. Fantastic. Nice to meet all of you. My name is Grant Shirk, and I am the head of marketing at Sisu. What we're going to talk about today is proactive analytics and helping to put a lot of this complex data that you are capturing and structuring to better, more effective use across the organizations. This is a challenge that we hear constantly from our customers. We've just spent the last 30 minutes hearing from a ton of services and tools that help you capture, integrate, and structure data more effectively. Unfortunately, it creates this paradox where there's so much data and so many metrics and KPIs that we're looking at, it's impossible for even the best team of analysts to monitor them all. It would take days to go through all of this information and actually find what's relevant, what's interesting, and what's actionable in time for it to matter. And this is at the core of the analyst's dilemma. It's kind of the best of times and the worst of times. And the issues that we see is that we can't get answers fast enough from all of the rich data that we're collecting. As a result, because we can't cover it all, we're not confident enough that the answers we're getting are correct. And you can't send someone out into the field or drive a critical decision based on incomplete data. And as a result, people and organizations are still making decisions that are unclear and based on gut feel as opposed to data. And this is a familiar scenario to most people, depending on what your use case is. You know, we have lots of visualization tools. We've seen great opportunities to drive these reports and data science tools. But the analysts and your consumers of the data are left squinting at the information. And as soon as you show a report, you drive these questions. Whether you're looking at employment and economic information, why are we seeing unemployment spikes in Chicago? If I'm trying to drive the maintenance and the management of my fleet, where am I seeing unexpected breakage and how do I get ahead of it? This is a scenario that we helped Tesla with as they were looking with battery drain across their fleet of hundreds of thousands of vehicles. And even when you think about people readiness and putting folks into the field, understanding the subtle differences between why we are seeing higher and lower readiness rates between different teams and different cohorts. This is why Sisu was created. This is our founder, Peter Bayless. He's a computer science professor at Stanford University, and his entire lab, which spawned Databricks, Google, and others, is really trying to understand how we can work with complex data, answer tough explanatory questions orders of magnitude faster than conventional analytics tools, and continuously evaluate that information and provide proactive updates and insight as to what is happening without having to go and pull that data manually from the tools. It's this fast, comprehensive, and proactive approach that has driven a lot of our growth and also created some really interesting use cases. And I'm going to walk through a couple of these and some different ways to think about how to accelerate the pace of analysis and finding facts in your data. Certainly the first thing that we can provide as you're collecting these billion row data sets that are hundreds of columns wide is helping your teams automate the rote work of analysis. If you look at the kinds of data sets that we see with our large customers, there are hundreds of millions, if not billions, of combinations. And Sisu has the ability to test all of these hypotheses in seconds. The analysis that we have here that's looking at 400,000 rows of data and 400 million combinations takes about 4 seconds in our platform, meaning you get fast facts about what matters. We're also excellent at finding and surfacing the highest impact populations. Not just finding spurious or interesting correlations in the data, but really trying to understand which groups, which behaviors, and which combinations of features are actually driving the highest impact to the metrics that you care about. So whether you're looking at something fun like media streaming or something critical like which cohorts are performing better in the field, you need this information quickly. You need to prioritize the analyst's attention on what matters. And then ultimately really understanding the differences between these populations. Looking at that lightning fast category and context analysis to really look at text, categorical data, and continuous data to understand and drive decisions over time. The reason we're able to do this is building on the research at Stanford. There's really 3 components of the platform that can help your organizations make more efficient use of this cloud scale data. One is the cloud native architecture that's designed for this highly parallel processing. The second are our efficient search algorithms that allow us to move through and prioritize the factors in the data that matter the most faster than any other platform. And we know that time matters in these kinds of analyses. And ultimately getting better over time, using the statistical signals and user input from the tool to improve the overall ranking and relevance of the results from the platform. It's this technical differentiation as well as our early investment in security, privacy, and compliance that's helped us drive some significant market momentum with large, complex, and privacy-conscious organizations like Samsung. They used us to help drive the launch of a $1 billion product earlier last year and really understand across tens of millions of customers and hundreds of device profiles what was driving behavior change across this population so they could adjust what assets they put into the fields to change customer behavior. And then ultimately at the hedge fund who's dealing with tens of millions of transactions a day, cutting analysis time down from weeks to just a few hours. All right, thank you very much. Looking forward to the questions, Jack. I think we're headed over there next.
Yes, awesome. Thank you, Grant. And so everyone, just as a reminder, if you have any questions, please do put those in the chat. But what we're going to do is start with a question from the audience. And Parker, I'm going to direct this to you first. So what are the most important current limitations to operationalizing AI that users should be aware of?
Yeah, so I mean, non-comprehensive answer, but just kind of 2 things to think about. So one is there are a lot of smart people figuring out amazing algorithms, and it's still going to be garbage in, garbage out. So like you have to structure the data and you have to make sure that it's acceptably accurate. So it'd be kind of the first thing. And the second thing is like, yeah, like if you're kind of new to the idea of artificial intelligence or machine learning, it can sound kind of intimidating, but at the end of the day, it's like very complicated statistical predictions. And so these things have to be trained. And so, yeah, it's like important to have both the right data as well as the right algorithms and the entire support system around that.
Awesome, appreciate it. And Mike, as StreamSets was working with the DoD on the audit, what were some of the challenges that you found to really operationalizing the product that you had in the DoD environment?
Yeah, I mean, it's one we still face, to be honest. I always tell people, think about your reports and dashboards the same way you would think about cars. It's a highly engineered product that you're ultimately buying. And so the application of lean manufacturing principles or Kaizen principles, if you kind of follow Toyota's model of making cars, since they kind of led the way, really changes your approach to operationalizing machine learning. Machine learning is a highly engineered product, and you shouldn't focus so much on the outcomes as you should focus on the cycle time to develop that. Because it's ultimately the number of iterations and drafts that ultimately make a machine learning algorithm very valuable.
Completely agree. I think it's a common refrain that we need to walk before we run. And I think the more government agencies can do, proofs of concept, pilots with these solutions, it'll help them get to scale much faster and more successfully. So Colby, I'm going to go over to you with this next one. So, the defense side of the government has really done a lot to improve the contracting environment. But what is one thing that defense agencies could still do to make it easier for startups like yourselves to work with them? Oh, did we lose Colby? Okay, Dennis, that question is going over to you then.
Sure. We've had a great experience with something called Decode, which is this DC-based accelerator, and there is just so much information that we've learned there. Everything from the fact that we should get a lawyer when we're filling out all of these cryptic IP clauses, etc. That's just off the top of my head. Really navigating all of the different, contract types, the different opportunities, like NASA soup, things of that nature. My recommendation would be is not to create, like a FAQ website and say, here's what you do, because it's such a complex thing. But my recommendation would be to partner with somebody like Decode, because it's a really complex issue, and there are many stories where people don't, basically make sure everything is legit, and then, it ends up in tears years down the road.
Totally agree. And I love the plug for Decode. And Megan was on the previous panel. Decode's been a great partner for Deloitte for a number of years, and I know has helped a number of commercially successful startups enter the government space and really navigate the FAR and all the specific lingo that exists in the government. So shout out to Decode for continuing to facilitate that process. So Grant, I'm going to kick the last question over to you. I think it's important to consider the investor angle in here. On some of our panels, there have been venture capital partners. Do your investors encourage you to work with government clients, or do they, shy away from it because of how long it can take to see return on investment?
Yeah, I think if anything, they encourage us to get involved in government conversations as early as possible, simply because I think a lot of people underestimate the complexity of the process. I know for us, all of our investors have been both very proactive about making introductions, as well as providing some of that guidance and lessons learned from prior cycles that they've been through. And it's helped not only educate our team and early founders, but also help accelerate some of these conversations.
Agreed. Well, with that, I think we're right at the time. So I want to thank once again Amandra, StreamSets, Paraset, Rise, and Sisu for joining us for this operational data science startup showcase. I believe we will be sending out all of the contact information for all of our showcasing startups. If anyone has specific questions, I know there was a specific question for StreamSets about health data. So please do reach out to all these startups and understand with them how they can help you solve your organization's biggest mission and operational problems. With that, Julie, back over to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was great. I hope you all enjoyed it and you jump over with me to the Hopin platform. I will be at our booth, Defiant Communications, with our podcast producer, Kiara Chittick, and I'm excited to see her today. But other than that, that's pretty much a wrap for today. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp, and it is the Cloud to Edge with Amazon Web Services. So we'll see you then.
I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. Yeah, I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can I feel your kryptonite? I wanna know what I see. Can I feel your kryptonite? I'm here to hear you say you're fine. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your kryptonite? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. Your finger dizzy from being spun, hung on every word, yeah, every single one. So this is not for na-na, promise to stay on na-na-na. Have all that days on na-na-na. I'm hard to love on na-na-na. God knows I need you on na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you and don't fall apart, you make me feel like God. Whatever your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. So this is my phone, slow, automatic, from a movie, cinematic. Your beauty is my kryptonite, and I don't want to go. So this is is nothing but na-na-na. Promise to say you na-na-na. We have a madness, na-na-na. I'm hard to love, but na-na-na. I never thought I'd find someone. God knows I need you, na-na-na. And when push comes to shove, forever is never enough. When I'm with you, I don't fall apart. You make me feel like I have a heart. Your beauty is my kryptonite. I don't wanna go another night. When push comes to shove, forever is never enough. They put us together, don't let them tear us apart. We've come through life, got it hard, and we just need one restart. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever is never enough. Just tell me you love me, tell me you love me. Forever never enough.